upper room, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society. Judah Society.
Yes. Yeshua Shalom, Yeshua Shalom. That there, right there. That is Israel Dejane. The tune is called Adonai, Israel, featuring Israel Dejane. You can check it out on the tube. A brother named Solomon Jabi, I think Jabby, Solomon Jabi. Some really good tunes. That was Adonai, featuring Israel Dejane in the Hebrew. You know, the Hebrew, you could clearly hear the Hebrew, also the Royal Amharic. So it's like a Hebrew, Amharic tune right there. I think if we have it correct here, let me just back this up here and just share a little bit more on that tune right there. Could we give thanks for the tunes of the artist? And the music, that we're able to share here. And most times we're able to, share the music without any, we give the copyrights and all of that to the artists right there, but we're able to share their tunes here to kind of bless, the podcast and I with the word sound. So that is, you can find it on YouTube on the Solomon Jabi, right? Solomon Jabi, title Adonai, featuring Israel Dejane, also his tunes as well. Ethiopian, Israelite, Beta Israel, artist there, Israel Dejane. Written and produced by Solomon Jabi. Right there. The bridge is like an Amharic translation, right? So has the Hebrew, the Amharic right there. And here I'm looking at his page right here, the still of the vid, right? It says, featuring Israel Dejane. The one who died for you, right? The one who died for I and I. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, a friend, no greater love, right? Than laying down his life, right? Or her life, for their loved ones, right there. A couple other good tunes. The album is known Solomon Jabi, Soul Liberation. Right, I'm looking at another still right here. This is on San Carlos playlist. San Carlos playlist. Born Again, featuring Sons of Yeshua. This tune right here, what says Born of Water, Born of the Water, Born of the Spirit. So check it out. Show love, show support as well. Prayer and meditation. We shared that tune before. Prayer and meditation. Soul Liberation. That's the album right there. Yes, so here, the evening service right here. Here we're at the fifth day of the Shabua, right? The fifth day of the Shabua right here, called the Thursday, the Thursday, fifth day of the week right here. Coming up on the fullness of this Shabua. And this Shabua is the week, this week, they call it the week. We try to keep it in Yahweh, truth and life, so that week, so-called, quote unquote, becomes strong, strong in the way, the truth, and the life. So right here, let's begin off right here, just an overview. So we're we're fulfilling the second book of Moshe, the book of Exodus. Is concerning the tabernacle, the construction of the tabernacle, the materials. And here we have an accounting of the various items. A very good study is seeing how, the so-called shadow, right? As I said, the shadow, the Old Testament, like the shadow, right? And then seeing in the Brit Kadasha, what we call the substance. So just like right now, a shadow, what a shadow is. If someone casts a shadow, you're looking at the shadow, you see the shadow, right? Somewhat elongated or whatnot. It might not be exact, but it's a shadow. That means something is standing in light. What is a shadow telling us? A shadow is telling us that something is standing in the light and is casting that shadow. So the old covenant is seen as like a shadow, and the New Testament as that substance. So to make a correspondence, of, we know the temple, the tabernacle, referring like to this temporary, these temporary structures, like a transient structures, like a tent. You temporarily set it up, dwell in it, use it, and then it's taken down. We have that from the scripture, the tabernacle and the tabernacle of the body. Know ye not, right? That you know, your bodies are the temple. So we see the temple tabernacle connection right there. Now, here's a key thing. What about the furniture? You know, the items, you know, really making a even more of a correspondence. Since it's an object lesson, obviously it was an object lesson for Yisrael, for Israel. And it's also an object lesson for us, as the word says, in a new and a living way that he has consecrated for us. Hold on for a moment right here. Was on another study. Let's see if we can bring this up on the screen as we begin right here. Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom, Talmudim, fellow associates, friends, disciples, fellow disciples right here. What's that word? By a new, right, and a living, right, way. Right, right. Let's see this. Boom. Here we go. Here we go. Let's bring it up on. Oh, there we go. The tabernacle right there. Some of the items of the tabernacle. Yes. Shalom. Salam to Rastafari. Yes, I Rastahar. Ahad. Yes. Greetings. 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 So right here, here, here. Oh, get rid of the old chametz. Chametz. You know, pesa, pesa. Even that point about the chametz, the leaven. Should we still remove leaven? Well, I would say yes, but it's like in the new covenant sense, we understand what the leaven is symbolic of. You know what I mean? But if one is so moved and seeks to fulfill it to that fulfillment, this is what Paul had said when Paul said that let no man judge you. First thing first, let's bring up this quote right here. Let's bring up this quote right here because we're about to get to the next point right here. So 10:20, 10:20. 10:20. What do we have here in the epistle to the Hebrews? Right, 10, chapter 10, verse 20. It says, by a new and living way, which, you know, they say which, you know, all that, but bun of which, you know, that, you know, like who, what, that, you know, right? That he hath consecrated. Of course, we're looking at some of the Koine Greek, but of course, in the Hebrew context, you know, a kainizo, en kahinizo, a kainizo, right? To renew, right? That he has done what? So we have the Brit, what we say? The Brit Chadasha, right? Brit, covenant, Chadasha, renewed, right? So in the context of this, just studying to show ourselves approved, that he has done what? Consecrated. It says by a new, let's look at this word new, right? So now this word new is prosphatos. Prosphatos. Interesting. Say your definition says lately slaughtered, freshly killed. That's the first entry. The second entry here is recently made, recently made new. Previously or recently slain, fresh, in that sense, new. Like, I guess, like it's fresh. Okay. That's interesting there. By a new and living. Just curious. Let's look at the word living for a moment. Okay. Zao. Zao is to live. You see what it says to live, breathe, like the Shabbat, take a breath, right? And refresh, right? Okay, right there. A new and living way that he have consecrated. Now, the consecrated word right here, enkahinizo, or ekainizo, right? To renew, to do new, to do anew, to do again. But you see the third entry right there? To initiate, like getting started, initiating, right? Then it says consecrate, as we have in the translation here. Then it has the word dedication, or I might say livication, right? The sense of the Chanukah, right? That he has renewed. But definitely the sense here is to renew, in the sense they have inaugurate, to consecrate, to dedicate, right? That he, right, has consecrated, renewed, initiated for who? For us, right? Through the veil. Now you remember the veil? Right, now looking at the tabernacle. Where is the veil in the tabernacle? Right, I'm gonna keep my eye on the slides, and hopefully when I see a slide, if we can get a pause on that, so we can find out what does it mean by the veil. Because in the epistle to the Hebrews, right, epistole, right, to the Ephraim, to the Hebrews here, it is using the tabernacle type, right? So the tabernacle, right, is what is being described here. So in order to best understand the epistle to the Hebrews, we need to have a basic understanding right here of the tabernacle. What's going on here, right? Of the tabernacle type. Okay, the red heifer, right there. The only sacrifice where the color of the sacrifice is important, right? You know what I mean? You know, those who make the sacrifice become unclean, right? But yet the byproduct of the sacrifice makes the unclean clean. Ain't that something right there? You know, but the color, you know, that's one of the most enigmatic, as they say. That's what Solomon didn't understand. You know, the red heifer. Heifer is the female, the cow, right? And it said that Solomon was the wisest man, but he never knew the secret of a woman. Did it really go that Solomon was the wisest man, but he never knew the secret, the real secret of the para aduma, of the red heifer? Why was this the only sacrifice? That was the only sacrifice where the color, right? The color of the sacrifice was specified. In other words, it had to be red, right? It had to be completely red, or aduma, right? Now, of course, when we say red, right, according to humanity, that has a lot to do with so-called black and brown, you know, reddish brown, like the ground people. You know, that's what make that sacrifice so interesting. That's what we kind of are pointing to. So the para aduma, but we'll touch on that. First, let's touch on this right here, right? And now when it says right here by a new, notice the word new, the first word new, right? Prosphatos, right? It said lately slaughtered, right? Freshly killed, recently made new, right? So this is kind of interesting in the context of what we have here in the epistle to the Hebrews, right? Yeshua, you know, laid down his life, right? That sacrifice. Of course, you know, those who intended, right, to murder him didn't have good, but then we know that it's always, as the scripture says, the just, what does it say? The just for the unjust. You know what I mean? Because the unjust really can't pay for themselves. Think about it. It's the just. You know, they're the one who have credit. See, it's the righteous, they have credit. You know what I mean? The unrighteous, they don't have no credit. Right? See, it's the just, the righteous, you know, that he tests. Why? Because the unrighteous, they can't stand the test. They can't, you know, they don't have the credit, they don't have the test by a new and a living way that he might have consecrated for us. So he has consecrated this for us, but here through the veil, that is to say his flesh. You know that right there? Because there was a veil. Let's see right here. Is this one of them? Okay, there was a veil between um the Kodesh, which was the first room of the tent of the tabernacle, and the second room. Pause that if you can. Can you pause that right there? If that can be paused right there for a moment. That one on the screen right there. Okay, you see that? Now you notice there is it's a kind of a side view, you know, a side view right there and opened up, right? You know, looking in to the tent. So that's a tent right there, right? That's what's known as the Ohel in the Hebrew, the Ohel, right? Moed, the Ohel Moed, Ohel Ha Moed, the tent of the appointment, the tent of meeting. Now, let's see if we can. I'm looking at this right here. I know it's kind of, hopefully you can see it, you know, pretty much. Okay, you see where the priest, there's like the priest is standing right there. The priest is standing, and then you see part of the curtain, right? Now, that's the paroket, right? That's the first, you can say, the door. That's the curtain of the door to enter into the first compartment, right, or apartment, the first room of the sanctuary known as the Mishkan, where Yahweh said he will dwell, also called the Ohel, literally the tent of meeting, and in the translations referred to as the tabernacle of the congregation. Now, you see the second purple, so you see the first purple on the outside, right? That's the first, that's the powder, that is the patach, my bad, the patach, right? The patach. The second one that you see right where the little box, the ark is, that there is that paroket, right? Where it says the paroket. through the veil. Now, what's interesting is that here in Hebrews 10 and 20, it says through the veil, that is to say, his flesh, right? Through the veil. Hold that right there. If you can just hold that for a moment, because we're going to bring this up here. Now, here we're looking from the Koine Greek, a Septuagint. Now, our groundation, of course, is the Hebrew. So now when we study from the groundation, the Hebrew to the Greek, it really makes more sense. You see what I'm saying? Of course, I guess for some, if they are Greek, maybe from the Greek, that will help them with the Hebrew. But here it says kata petasma. Kata petasma. What's a kata petasma? Here in the Koine Greek, just to find out the definition, it says a veil spread out, a curtain. Now it's a name. Notice what it says. Notice what it says. The name given to the what? It says the two curtains. Right? In a sense, now this is not the temple, but this is the pattern, right, of the tabernacle. The temple, the stone building, the Temple of Solomon, built basically on this basic pattern, this basic template right here, here, here. So it says that the veil is the name given to the two curtains in the temple at Jerusalem. I don't know if you've seen the meme. I think we shared it before, right? Where they have like a person pointing to their temple, like their head, their temple, and it says that's why we have two temples. I just thought about that with the two curtains, right? The name given to the two curtains in the temple at Jerusalem, at Jerusalem, right? One of them at the entrance. You see what I'm saying? One of them at the entrance to the temple, right, separated the holy place from the outer court. So look at that right there. You see the first one? So you see the first, right, on the outside where the priest is, right, where there's a figure of a priest, right? That's the first one, right? The first, right, to the entrance, at the entrance to the temple, like here at the entrance to the tent. So first we have the tent, and then later on we have the stone building referred to as the temple, right? Although the tent was also called the temple. We'll touch on that. So the idea of temple doesn't mean that it has to be a grandiose building, because even the tabernacle here, right, in the scripture, when it was still just a tent, it was called the temple, Hakah. So we have one of them at the entrance to the temple. Here we go. The temple separated the holy place, right? The holy place, the first room is the Kodesh, right? From the outer court, right? The courtyard, the courtyard where we have the brazen altar, right? Where we have the feet of Moshiach, right? As brass, right? Burnt in the furnace of fire, yeah. And then we have the laver, the wash basin, yeah, right? The other veiled, right? The other one veiled, as we can see right here, right? In this kind of model right here, we can see the second purple, right? The second purple one is the one that veils the Kodesh HaKodashim. The Kodesh HaKodashim, or the Holy of Holies, that veiled the Holy of Holies from HaKodesh, from the holy place. So this is what you see right here. So reading what we read right here, and then giving a kind of a visual, having a kind of a visual model, a visual description, right? Because as we're reading Hebrews and elsewhere in the Bible, right, the Hebrews, the Torah observant, and the faithful being familiar with the pattern, right? That if you're reading it and you really don't see how they go together, you can still get a message, and no doubt, and hopefully, prayerfully, you get that message. You get what your soul needs. But in the fullness of it, you're missing out because, like, well, what's being said here, right? So this is why we study, so that we can kind of visualize, right? We can kind of visualize it, because as we visualize it, we say, oh, so this verse here, bring it up again, by a new and a living way. You notice what it says? By a new and a living way. So there's like, what's the opposite of a new and a living way? And that would be like an old and a dead, right? A dead astray, right? Right? But old and dead. We have here by a new and a living way, that he, speaking of Yeshua, speaking of HaMoshiach, speaking of our Kohen Gadol, so he is Moshiach, according to the epistle to the Hebrews, the epistole to the Hebrews. Yeshua is Messiah, in the context of the high priest of our confession, of our profession. Check, right? You see, the king rhetoric was what they used to crucify him. Remember that? And to mock him. You remember that right here? Right? What Revelation says that Yeshua is the prince. He's the prince of the kings of the earth. So one might think like, okay, being king, yeah, being king, yeah, that's a high thing. Well, it can be if the king is truly a servant, but generally in the world they've corrupted that. But notice that in Revelation it says that Yeshua is prince of the kings of the earth. People will say, well, he's king, he's king. They remind me of those who crucified him that said he was king of the Jews. You remember? You remember? Right? And then that offended them. But after they said that he was making himself a king, and already knowing that Rome didn't like kings. Basically Rome was deading on kings. Rome didn't like kings. They basically didn't like kings. That wasn't a part of their order. You know what I mean? And anybody didn't tolerate kings. Unless these kings basically bowed to Rome. So they were like puppet kings. Like Herod. Like, for example, Herod, the Edomian. He was the Edomite Jew. Imagine that, right? So by a new and living way that he have consecrated, right, for us. Remember the word consecrated, we just went into, just going in again if one just come in. Ega kainizo means to renew, to do anew, to do again, to initiate, to consecrate, to dedicate, like the sense of Hanukkah, like renewing, right? So he's renewed something for us. So we have like the old type here, right? The pattern, right? Right? But it's in a what? A new and a living way that he has renewed or consecrated for us through the veil. Now, note, as we just noted there, the two veils, right? Remember, you see the two veils right there. There's these two veils. We just touched on the two veils. There's the outer, right? The courtyard, right? When we come out the courtyard, right? And then there's the inner. So let's look at this here again. The same word here, right? Concerning the veil, spread thoroughly. Then it says that is specifically, right? The door screen to the most holy place. So although there are two, generally speaking, veils, the first veil from the outer court, right, into the holy, right, the HaKodesh, that was often referred to as the Petach, the Fetach, and Petach. And what is the Petach? That is like the door, the entrance, right, the entrance. So here where it says the veil in this context in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 20, they say the door screen, right, to the most holy place. And this is what we have right here, to the Holy of Holies. So that second veil right there, right? That second veil right there. And then it says this here, that is to say his flesh. See, this is where we get into the spirituality. So, but there is his flesh. There's his humanity, right? Humanity of Yeshua. And then there's the divinity, right? But remember, man too, in a sense, had and has a potential for this divinity. Now, of course, this is where it gets confused in the world because people are not in the way, the truth, and the life. So they're in other ways, like they're not in the true Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, the Elohim of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. They're into other Elohim. So this is where it gets confused. But according to this way right here, right, this is the beginning of the spirituality, right? When it says to say his flesh. So getting past his flesh, right, into the holy, right? Let's bring out more of the verse right here. So we know who Yeshua is as Messiah. So when they say he's Messiah, often the first thing people think about is king, right? Because kings are anointed. The Israelite kings are Moshiach. We have that, right? However, the first Moshiach for the Israelites, according to scripture, right, pertains to priests and priestly function. That's why it says in the very next verse. Look at the very next verse. right? Once again, by new and a living way that he has consecrated for us through the veil, that's to say his flesh, right? So consecrated, right? Made, newly made or renewed. Then it says in verse 21, what does it say? And, right, it says having a high priest over the house of God, right? So a high priest. So question. Who is this high priest, right? According to the epistle to the Hebrews, who is this high priest? Obviously, this must be Yeshua, right? This must be Yeshua. Okay, let's scroll back right here. Let's go to verse 19. Having therefore, brethren, boldness to enter into the holiest. Remember what we're showing right here, the holiest. The holiest is past that second veil right there. The holiest, right? The holy of holies, the Kodesh HaKodashim, right? By the blood, right, of Yeshua, right? By the blood of Yeshua. Boldness, liberty, blood, right? Aima. So in the Greek, it's Aima, right? Aima, right? Aima or Haima, right? Like they say people are anemic. You know when they say anemic, you're anemic. It has to do with blood. Aima, Haima, right? Here, blood. Blood of man, of animals refers to the seat. You see what's the connection of blood? So what's the connection of blood? Does it mean blood? Since it's shown us a tabernacle, and say, well, it's past the flesh, it's through the flesh, right? It's past the carnal. So the carnal type, right, is pointing to the spiritual, right, aspect, because here we are in the carnal, right? So, we're in the flesh, right? But we use even in our language, in order to describe things that are not carnal, right? So the blood, right, in its lowest level, in its most carnal aspect, of course, it refers to the blood of man and of animals. But remember what the scripture says? Blood, right, is the life, right? That's why we're not to eat the blood, right? Because it is the life. But here it refers to the seat of life. You see, the blood referring to the seat of life, the seat entry of those things that resemble blood. Here's where the rubber meets the road: grape juice, right? So when Yeshua said to disciples during the time of Passover, Pesach, right, drink, like the bread, breaking the bread and the wine, right? Those items that Melchizedek came to offer, remember? Right? Which he is really the first priest that we have in the scripture. Right? Now, of course, I think he's anointed, of course, because Hebrew priests are anointed, but it doesn't state so there. But he is the first priest, and what to say in Hebrews? After the order of Melchizedek, not after the order of Aaron. You see what I'm saying? Of those things that resemble blood. So when Yeshua said, right, to drink of his blood, now, see, the heathen, the Gentile mind, those who have not been initiated or instructed, right? That's why it says in the next verse, we're going to come back to this. It says right here, it says that he has what? Consecrated, enkanizo. And that's why we look at the definition is to renew, to do anew. But you see, the third one is to initiate, right? To consecrate, to dedicate, to livicate. They have not been initiated into the way. So if they hear blood, or even if we hear blood and we think, oh, it's some crazy worldly thing, well, we haven't gone through the flesh. We haven't gone past the veil, right? Or to get past the veil. This is veiled from them, right? So here the Haima, as we mentioned, when they say like anemic, the I part, it comes from this right here, right? Yeah. So here's the third entry right here. You see what it says? Of those things that resemble blood. What does it have? Grape juice, right? I did this right here where it was like, let's say the blood of grapes. Let's do this right here. Let's do this right here, just quickly right here, just to compare scripture with scripture. So we're looking at blood. Yeah, the thing is so high there. I have to do this by faith, right? Blood of let's see, is it grapes? Let's see. Let's go over here. There we go. Look at that. Right, Genesis 49:11. You see Genesis 49:11, right? Binding his foal, what a word, foal, right? That's Ayir. Ayir is a he ass, not a she ass, but a he ass, a male ass, right? As bearing a burden. We're not cursing. We're just reading the Bible, right? Right? A young ass, right? A cult, hence an ass cult, right? See how the world is? You hear the word, and then the world just gives a total different meaning. Somebody say, "I kick your ass." Really? Why are you gonna kick my donkey? Why are you gonna kick my what, the he ass or she ass? Which ass you gonna kick? Binding his foal to the vine, and his ass is cult, to the choice vine. It's kind of interesting. People say don't curse, right? They say don't curse. Do they really understand what a curse is? Anyway, to the choice vine, he washed his garments in wine, and his clothes, right? His clothes, like his clothing, in the what? The blood of grapes. You see right there, right? In the blood of who? The blood of grapes. Right? Now notice this is all the way in Genesis, the first book. Right? Why is this important? Right? Because when we get all the way to Hebrews, let's do this right here. Let's just look up right here. Right? First mention of blood we have is Genesis 4 and 10. Right? And he said, "What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood." The voice. So blood having a voice. Right? Crieth to me from the ground. Now, if this is true, and we have no reason to doubt, right? Truly, right? Therefore, blood has a voice. Think about all the bloodshed in the world. Think about all the voices. Chan, right? But notice, most are deaf. Most of us, we can't hear that, right? But Father hear that. The bloods, right? In the Hebrew, it's not blood, but the bloods, right? The bloods, right? And then it says, "And now thou curse, right? From the earth, from the land, that have opened her mouth," right? So the land, the earth is, right, is in the Hebrew is gendered. The earth is she. She has opened her mouth, right, to receive, right, to lakach, to take, right, thy brother's blood, right, from thy hand, right. Then that's all the way in Genesis. Look, Genesis chapter 4, right? We get to Genesis chapter. Let's go back right here. Excuse me. Let's bring it back. There we go. Right. I wanted to look at. Okay. Wow. There's a lot of mentions of blood, but it's not all the mentions of blood that we're going to. But we want to get a basic idea of what blood is, right? Because some people are offended when Yeshua says to, like, drink of his blood. They're like, what? This is like, they think it's vampirism. Do we find any vampire here in the word? I don't see any vampire, right? Where did they get that from? Oh, that's the world, right? That's why it says to be in the world, but not of the world, right? Especially pertaining to, true and spiritual things. So in 9 and 4 of Genesis says, but flesh, see what it says? But what? But flesh, right? That connects with our verse in 10 and 20 of Hebrews, right? 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 Through the veil, that is to say, his flesh. So in Hebrews, it's comparing, it's saying, you see the veil in the tabernacle, right? That veil, that is to say, his flesh, past his humanity, right? So past his humanity, past Yeshua's humanity. Remember, he is Ben Ha-Adam. He is son of man. He's a human being, right? But he's also Ben Elohim, right? Chaim, son of the living God. But flesh with the life, you see what it says? With the life thereof, right? The blood thereof shall y'all not eat. Now, you see what it says, which is not there, right? Let's read it without which is. But the flesh with the life thereof, the blood thereof. So the life thereof, is the blood thereof, right? So life, right, is the blood. So blood, according to scripture, right, in spiritual ways, right, in the true way, in the higher way, refers to blood, right? It says, shall y'all not eat, right? So basically it's saying, like, no vampire, no vampire, right? So here, it goes on in the very next verse, 9 and 4 to 9 and 5, right? What does 9 and 5 say, right? 9 and 5 says, surely, right? Surely, like for sure, right? Surely, right? It says, surely your blood of your lives will I require at the hand of every beast, will I require it, and at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. So we wonder, like, even nowadays, what they call it passion, like sometimes there's things that happen they call like passion, like even in the Torah, it says if two men are like in a field or they're chopping down wood and the axe head, for example, as a case study, fly off the handle and it kills the next man, right? That man, right? That whose axe head had killed the next man, right? He is to flee, right, to a city of refuge. He's not to try to go to the relatives and say, listen, it was an accident. I didn't intend it. It was a terrible accident. No, because one of the relatives, might fulfill what this word says right here. Right? What does the word say right here? 9 and 5. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. So who requires that? Right? Who requires that? In other words, even nowadays, when someone has committed a murder, right, intentional killing, right, and they're charged with it, even in the days when they used to have capital punishment, who would do the capital punishment? Somebody else. They'll hire an executioner or somebody to do it, right? But according to this right here, it says what? Surely your blood, the life, right, of your lives, right, will I require at the hand of every beast. How interesting. Because beasts do kill people, don't they? Right? Will I require it at the hand of man? Right? Right? Not saying that every time a beast kills a person, it's that fulfillment of this word, right? Or every time a person kills a person, it's fulfillment of this word. But what does Yahweh say by this word? At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man, right? And then it goes on right here. It says, whoso sheddeth man's blood by man, to just make it very clear. This is the Noahide. You hear some people talk about the Noahide laws. This is where the scriptural root of the truth of that matter is found. Right? Not saying what everybody says about it is true, but here's where this is a truth of that Noahide covenant. Right? The Noahide covenant. Now, it is said that from the Noahide covenant, right, that this was for all. Remember, from Noah, Ham, Shem, Ham, and Japheth came all the other, you could say, nations, all the nations, right? Not the so-called races in the racist sense, but all the nations and nationalities, right? So this was for all the nations and nationalities. This is why we'll find that there's some similarity, right? Even in the ancient nations, what they observed, they had certain common denominators. For example, sacrifice. Where do we get a command to sacrifice? We really don't have a command to sacrifice, like where we have in the revealed revelation, right? That Yahweh says, thou shalt sacrifice like this, like that. But we do have the Cain and Abel sacrificing. So the question is, where did they get this from? But we notice that the principle of sacrifice appears to be universal amongst all peoples from ancient times, right? But here in the Hebrew way, right, we find Cain and Abel in the sacrifice, right? Then we find over here, right, in the blood vengeance, the blood avenger. So there's a principle in Hebrew known as the blood avenger. This is where it says to the near of kin, that if one had killed one, right, and did not flee to a refuge city, and one of the near of kin saw them, it's like we say today, it's on site. It would be on site, right? But why? Because it says, whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Why? For in the image of Elohim, in the image of the Creator, in the image of God, in the image of Elohim, made he man. Right? Right? And then let's go over here, just to get a general idea. Genesis 37:22. Reuben said to them, shed no blood. You remember the incident concerning Joseph when the brothers were so jealous and envious and hateful of Joseph that they sought to kill Joseph because he was the Baal Halamot. He was the Baal He was the master, right? The owner of Halamot. He was the master of dreams, right? Right? And then over here, Judah said to his brethren, what profit, right, if we slay our brother? It's kind of interesting that he says, what betzah? Betzah. Betzah here is literally the word prophet, right? But often this sort of prophet, you see the context of the word betzah is profit, unjust gain or profit acquired by violence. In other words, so what Yehuda was saying, what shall we gain, right, by the violence, by killing our brother, by slaying our brother, by plundering? What gain, right? Usually, you see what it says, usually it's unjust, right? And usually this word is translated as covetousness, betzah. It's translated as gain in the sense of dishonest gain, or lucre, or like what it says in the Bible, filthy lucre, right? Or profit, right? In an unjust, unrighteous way. So he says, what profit if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Isn't this what Cain did? Didn't Cain slay his brother and the earth received it? And in a sense, this was a way of his attempt to conceal. And they took Joseph's coat and dipped a kid, a sa'ir, right? Now, nowadays, people say, this is another way of the world, right? They say, kids, how many kids do you have? Huh. Your children are your children. I know many of you, many of us, it happens because we're in the world, but we have to seek not to be of the world. So the kid here is a sa'ir. Sa'ir is like a hairy, right? A he-buck, a he-goat, a buck. Is your child a he-goat? Is your child a buck? Right? Your child might be hairy, but it's not a hairy he-goat, a buck. Is your child a sacrificial animal, a satyr, right? May refer to a demon-possessed goat like the swine of Gadara. I'm just pointing out the fact that, when people call their children kids, right? When we, that's the world right there, right? You see, right? Because they took, right, Joseph's coat and dipped and killed a kid of the goats, right? Right? And dipped the goat. Well, I mean, dip the coat, not the goat. Ain't said coat, goat, right? Dip the coat, right, in the blood of the goat. What a rhyme right there. And Reuben answered, right, them saying in 42:22, spake I not to you, saying, do not sin, right? Do not sin against the child. Notice what it's saying. Do not chata, do not miss the way, right? Do not miss the way. Do not miss the mark, right? Do not sin against the child, right? And ye would not hear. They didn't shama. Shema Yisrael, but they did not shama, right? Therefore, behold, also his blood is required. Now remember the whole point about required, right? Darash, right? To seek, to inquire, right? Darash, right? To seek, right? To acquire, right? To require is blood to be required, of blood, right? To be required, like deuces, right? Slayed innocent blood, your blood must be slayed, is the principle here, right? But now let's bring it to where we were making the connection. Binding his foal to the vine and his ass's colt to the choice vine, right? Remind me of that when Yeshua, when he went into Jerusalem, riding on the the ass, the some say the donkey, right? He washed his garments in wine and his clothes in the blood of grapes. So you see the significance for the Hebrew. So when the wine of the chalice, even during Passover, even during the Last Sup, right? And he says, this is my blood, right? It's clear that he was speaking, parabolically, right? In a parable, because we know that Yeshua, spoke this way, right? Because the parable, right, showed like who had mental superiority to understand, right? So those who think that it's some vampirism thing going on, basically, they do not basically understand. Let's go into this a little bit more right here so we can put it into fuller context. So here's the blessing, right, to Yehuda, to Judah. Here it says Judah, Yehuda, right? What does Judah, Yehuda mean? I mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. And, this is not personal, right? This is principle, right? There is no such thing as Yahuda. I know many ones, they argue. I've kind of reasoned with ones, and I get I get what you're saying. But obviously you don't get the Hebrew, right? Yehuda. What does Yehuda mean? Yehuda mean praise, right? Right? Yehuda does not mean Yah praise. Because the question is, who does Yah praise? Let me just point out, who does Yah praise? We praise Yah, but who does Yah praise? I mean, if you can point to Aaron's scripture where it says that Yah praises somebody, just please show it to me. I really studied this and looked this up in English and in Hebrew. I couldn't find it. Right? The word Yehuda, right? The name Yehuda, right, means praise or celebrated, right? So the reason that his mother named him Yehuda, Leah named him Yehuda, right, is because she was having children, and she wanted to kind of seal that relationship that Jacob, Yaakov, is her husband, right? So every time she had a child, she felt like, okay, this is going to bring us together. This is going to seal it right here, right? And then when she had Yehuda, she says, now I will praise Yahweh. Now, if you read that in Hebrew, you'll be able to understand that Yehuda means he who is praised. So she would praise Yahweh for that child, and she named that child Praised One. He is the praised one. In other words, Judah is the one who is the praised or celebrated one, right? So here, let's scroll down here to get more into Judah and the different Judahs in the scripture. You see right here, celebrated, like celebrity, right? In the sense of praise, right? So celebrities, when you call somebody a celebrity, that's like they're praised, right? You call somebody a celebrity, they're like your Judah, Yehuda, right? You get it? Right? So the name of 5 Israelites, also the tribe descendant, right, from the first Yehuda. Also the territory that belonged to this tribe was called Yehuda, right? So here's what it says here. It says Yehuda, here's what the patriarch Jacob, Abino Yaakov, said in his baraka to his sons, his dying baraka, right, when he was passing away from this life, right? He said, Judah, Yehuda, thou, thee, I, right, whom thy brethren shall praise. Yehuda, you are he who your brethren shall yada. What does yada mean? Well, yada, the word yad means hand. Yada is a verb. Yad is a noun. Yada is a verb, right? Yada literally means to hand. It means to hand, right? To hand. It's like use the hand in some way, right? Use the hand either in the first instance, Brown Drivers Briggs definition shows to throw, to shoot, to cast. Because if you throw something, don't you use your hand? If you shoot something, don't you use your hand? If you cast something, don't you use your hand? So in the Hebrew sense, yada as a verb can mean to shoot like arrows, right? Or to cast down, or to throw down. But in the he fill build on the basic root verb, right? There's like 7, like the menorah, there's like 7 builds. There is, like, if you look at the menorah, the lampstand, and you see the center branch, the one that's in the center, that's like this word, right? Roughly, yada. And then you have 3 on this side and 3 on that side, 3 forms, right? Past, like they say, past, present, future, active, passive, reflexive. Active, that means like you do the action. Passive, somebody else did the action to you or against you. And reflexive, you're doing the action to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're doing the action on yourself, right? So here in the he feel sense, right, is to give thanks, right? So the word in Hebrew for praise has to do with giving thanks, right? But the word in Hebrew for praise has to do with the hand, the hand. It's like we say, right? And I have to say it like this because most of us know that we say this, and we have said this, and those before us have said this, like in the club, in the party. Put your hands up, put your hands up. you know. And when someone comes in and they did something great and we like bigging them up, right? Like a friend comes in, what do we often do? What do people do? They put their hands, their palms, you put your hands up and often turn the palms upward like you're pushing up the heavens. It's almost like you're holding up the firmament, like you're holding up the firmament, right? Right? So this is the sense of to give thanks to Lord, right? You know the word Lord is like another word we use, applaud, applaud, right? Lord and applaud. And when you applaud someone, what do? You clap your hands, y'all. You use your hands, right? Also, in the secondary sense of the he felt for yada is to confess, right? To confess. You confess with your hand. See, the name of God, the name of Elohim. Now, the hit pa'el sense, which is the reflexive sense, is like it can either mean, right, in the hit pa'el reflexive sense of the Hebrew verb yada, to hand, it can mean to confess, like to confess sin, right? Notice in the ancient way, and even psychologically, it's built, it's hardwired in us. Sometimes, if someone is like confessing something to someone physically in their presence, they use their hands, right? You know, they put their hands out, like you say, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and they'll put their hands up, like the palms of their hand, and stretch their hands out. Right? This is the idea of confessing. Or sometimes one would clasp their hands, like hold their hands, like somebody who is confessing sometimes might hold their hand. It's like they're wringing their hands, right? Or in the heat pa'el sense, the reflexive sense, to give thanks, to give thanks. Here, Strong's definition, I think, breaks it down pretty well right here, right? Remember, yada comes from the word yad. Yad in Hebrew means hand. You see it right there. Yad in Hebrew means hand, the hand of man, right? The hand, right, of the human being. Hand as a symbol in the second sense of the word is like strength, power. As you mentioned before, in Proverbs, it says that death, right, and life is in the power of the tongue. That's the that's the verse right there. Death and life is in the power of the tongue, right? But if you were to read it in the Hebrew, it literally says that death mavet v'chaim biyad lashon. Mavet, mawet, mot, death, we and chaim, and lives. What's interesting is that the word for life is plural. I want to share that right there. The word for life in Hebrew, Chaim, is plural, like the eights, Chaim, the tree of life, the tree of lives. It says, Mavet, Mawet, with Chaim, death and lives, biyad, in the what? In the yad, biyad, biyod, biyad, lashon. Lashon is tongue, right? Is in the hand of the tongue. Death and life is in the hand of the tongue. Now, if they literally translated that like that, ones would be like, well, the tongue doesn't have hand, right? But the tongue does have power. Is it not true? The tongue does have power, but the tongue doesn't have hand. So just to understand the literal sense, right, and the figurative sense. But yet the literal sense and the figurative sense in spirit, you can get the one sense. It's just how it's applied, what we're speaking about, right? So here, yada literally means to use, right? To use the hand, whether to hold out the hand, right? To use the hand in whatever particular way the hand is being used, yada. Physically, to throw a stone, to throw an arrow, right, at something or away from something, but within the sense of worship and the sense of praise, right? Here's the sense, we're going to just highlight that right there. You can see this right here from the H3034, especially to revere, right, or to worship, right? So how do we revere or worship? It says right here, with extended hands, to praise, with extended hands, intensively to bemoan, by wringing the hands, right? By wringing the hands. So this word yada in translation can mean to cast something, cast out, to confess, to confess or to make a confession, to praise or to shoot, right? To thank, to give thanks, right? To be thankful, or even in the sense of thanksgiving. That's why we have the word Toda, Toda. Some might say Tawada, right? In a kind of a baby Hebrew sense, or Toda, right? Toda, right? Toda, right? So here it says, Yehuda, thou whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand, notice thy yad, right? Thy yad, right? In the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's children, thy father's sons, right? Thy father's sons shall bow down before thee. Literally in the Hebrew, is thy father's sons shall worship, shall prostrate to thee. As it says in the scripture, that they prostrated, they worshiped Yahweh, and they worshiped the king, even Dawid HaMelech, right? Why they worship Dawid HaMelech? Because he is the Moshiach. He is the anointed. You see what I'm saying? Because of that authority of Yahweh upon him, right? We have that in, I think, First Chronicles 29 and 20. Almost said Corinthians there. First Chronicles, I think 29, roughly around verse 20. So it says, thy father's children shall bow down before thee. But here's what the King James Version do. Here it says bow down. I understand why, but the same word for bow down means worship. So when people say, oh, you don't worship a man, I get what people are saying in the Western Gentile mind, but that doesn't really make sense in the Hebrew, right? We know that man is man and God is God, but however, it says right here, thy father's children shall bow down before thee. And it uses the same word, shaha, bow down, right? To bow down, prostrate. You see what it says right here? To prostrate before superior in homage, right? Or before Elohim in worship. So we prostrate before Elohim in worship, right? And before the king, the anointed king, upon the throne of David, right? Because being that superior, right? In homage, in that respect, because of the respect. So when it says that God would not give his glory to another, some say, but he will not give his glory. Yes, that is true. He will not give his glory to another so-called God, another so-called Elohim or El, right? But he does extend his glory to his own. We can point to even Yeshua when he prayed, right? He said, that glory that he had from before, and also that the disciples also, will be of that glory. So we see that the true interpretation of he would not give his glory to another means that he would not give his glory to another God, right? His glory is not for another God, right? But those who are in his glory, right, are glorified. Even David talks about my glory, right? When he says his glory, right, he's talking about that anointing, that being chosen of Yahweh, that covenant that Yahweh had made with him, right? Right? Because that covenant that Yahweh made with even King David, right, was for Yahweh's glory, right? Right? That he now has chosen this man and his seed, right, to Moshiach, right, his son, right? As he calls Moshiach his son, he calls Yisrael his son, he calls the anointed king, David, even Solomon, his son, right? And when we speak about the greater David, the greater son, speaking about the Rastafari, Haile Selassie, that anointed, right, and crowned upon the throne of David, because David will never fail or lack or fail a man to sit upon his throne. So Judah is a lion's whelp, right? The lion, the whelp right there, the gore. The gore is like the cub. Is like the lion's whelp, the lion's gore, right? From the prey beneath, my son, thou art gone up. From the prey, you Allah, you Aliyah, you go up, you ascend, right? Go to higher heights. He stooped down, right? He crouched as a lion and as an old lion. Who shall rouse him up? Oh, the point of old lion, labia, actually in the Hebrew brings out the sense of lioness. So actually this verse says as a lion, as a ari, short form ari or aryeh, as an aryeh, right? That's a lion, to say like the male, right? That's the male, right? That's the male lion, right? And as an old lion, labia, in the plural sense, labaim, labaot, right? Right there. So we have the female lion, the lioness, right? Who shall rouse him up? So we even see this sense of even with the king and the queen. You see what I'm saying? We see the sense of the king and the queen as a lion and as a lioness. And also in Numbers, right? It says the people shall rise up like a lioness, according to the Hebrew, right? Then here it says the scepter shall not depart. What's the scepter? The shebet. The shebet, both is the rod, the staff, and the Shebet is also the tribe. So the word Shebet refers to scepter, but sometimes the same word refers to tribe. Why? Well, because the one who was the chief of the tribe often had that rod, had that staff. You know what I mean? You know, when I say the chief of staff, you know, to say the chief of staff, right? That branch, that skion, right? That stick. You know what I'm saying? That staff for punishing, writing, fighting, ruling, walking. You see what I'm saying? That branch, right? Shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a lawgiver, right? Mechokek, right? A lawgiver, right? The lawgiver, right? So here we have the lawgiver, right? Torah giver, the lawgiver, right? From between his feet, right? Until Shiloh. Shiloh. What does Shiloh mean? What does Shiloh mean? To he to whom it belongs. Shiloh in the Hebrew has the meaning of to he who it is, he whose it is, right? To him who it belongs, right? Shiloh, right? She, one whose is, lewu, for him, for one who it is for him, to whom it belongs, right? To whom it belongs. Now, some look in the word Shiloh and see the sense of tranquility, when breaking down the word from Shalah, right? Shalal, to be at rest, to be at peace, right? To be at ease, to prosper, to be tranquil, the sense of to be secure or successful, right? But this is an epitaph, right, of Messiah, said to be an epitaph of Messiah, until Shiloh come, until the one whom it belongs come. And what does it say? And to him, lewu, to him, the gathering, right? Yikaha, the yikaha. Yikaha is the obedience. The gathering, a very kind of a unique word for gathering, as we have the yikaha. 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 Yikaha, right? The obedience, the cleansing, the purging, right? The obedience, right? From yakeh, right? Blameless, right? The obedience, right? The obedience, right? To him, right? Show the obedience of the people. Or we might even say the obedient, right? The obedient of the people, right? Binding, right? His foal, that's what we started out, right? To the vine, and his ass's colt to the choice vine. He washed, right? His garments, right? In wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes, right? Then it goes on to say, his eyes red, right? His eyes red. Now here we have the chakalil. What is chakalil? It's an interesting word here. BDB says dull, right? Others bring out the sense of dark, flashing, brilliant, right? His eyes will be dark, right? The sense of dark, right? But in a good sense, it's like brilliant. Like somebody just had some nice wine, and they say red and rosy. You know what I mean? Stimulated by the wine, right? His eyes shall be red, it says, with wine, and his teeth, right, white with milk. His teeth, Laban is the Hebrew word for white. Laban, like Jacob's evil Uncle Whitey. I call him evil Uncle Whitey. Laban, Rachel's brother, the one who chains up Jacob's wages the 10 times. Yeah, but his teeth shall be Laban, right, with milk, right, with the halab, milk. Right, there we go, right there. So I just want to bring out the kind of connection right? Just to bring out the connection right here, right? We started out right here just on the inspiration right here. Of course, we could go on, but then, we'll be here, a very long time on this point, the different usages of blood and here. But blood is the life, right? So here, let's go back to the new and living way where we started out, right? Because as we are summing up the tabernacle here in this Pikude, as we're summing up the tabernacle, the direction, instructions, looking at the pattern, you know what I mean? Once again, right here, right? By a new and a living way that he have consecrated, right, for us through the veil, that is to say, his flesh, right, through the veil, right, that he has made new for us. Let's bring up the verse right here, that he has consecrated or made new, right, through the veil. Right. Notice right here, there's the outer veil, right? The entrance to the patach, like the doorway, the opening, and then there's a second veil, right? The second veil. Here to get a fuller context of this right here, because we need to know who's our high priest, right? If we say Yeshua is HaMoshiach, in what sense? Right? Because truly there were other messiahs, right? And we have Aaron, the first messiah mentioned in the scripture, and he was the high priest, right? So we have the priests as messiahs. Then we have prophets being anointed, right? And then we have kings being anointed. Here it says, having therefore, right, brethren, boldness to enter into the holiest, right, by the blood of Jesus, the blood of Yeshua, right, having boldness, right, having that liberty, right, because see, before they did not have the liberty. Regular Israelites, could not. We basically were confined to the outer court, and we were mainly confined to the outer court, you know, up to the altar. We could not really go past the altar, right? Really, you know what I mean? Really past the altar, right? Only time we would go past the altar is when somebody brought in their sacrifice, right? They would bring it to the northern side, right, where the sacrifices took place. But first, they would parade their sacrifice before the patah, before the first veil. So before that first veil, they would parade it because this is like what they're going to bring for their offering, and then they would take it to the north side because of the north side of the tabernacle. That is where everything got slaughtered. That's where the victim, that's where the animal, was slain, right? That's where the person offering it, say for a sin, right, would put their hands on the head of that animal, would declare what their sin was, and the priest would give them the knife and will hold the basin, and they will cut it from ear to ear, right? And then after that, the priests, right, the Levites and the priests, they would basically do the service, right? And we would stand right behind, up to the altar. We would stand behind the altar. When I say behind the altar, as we enter in, we would not go past the altar, right? Besides bringing the animal in front of the door. And then we'll take it back to the place that it will be slain. I just want to point that out. That's as far as we would get, right? But here, it says, having therefore, brethren, boldness to enter the holiest. That means the holy of holies, right? The second, we say the second apartment, within the tent, right? By the what? By the blood of Yeshua. Now, here's the key thing. The priest was said to have only entered in, right, once a year, right? Once a year. The priest only entered in, according to Hebrews here, it says once a year, right? Let's see if we can bring this out right here, right? Would enter like once a year, right? Okay, here we go. Hebrews 9:7, right? It says, but to the second, right, to the second room, the second, right, and second is the one with the veil, right, the paroquet, and into the second, right, the high priest alone. So the only one who went in to the second veil was what? The Kohen Gadol, was the high priest alone. Once, you see what it says once every year, and not without blood. So he had to go in there with blood symbolic of life, right? That he offered, right, for himself, right? First, he had to offer for himself, and right, the errors, right, and for the errors of the people, right? So it says right here, now, when these things were thus ordained, in what we're reading here in the Torah, completing Exodus right here in the season, ordained the priest, the Kohanim, right? And also coming up with Leviticus. We get into a lot much more details, right? The priest went always, right, into the first tabernacle. So in other words, the priest went into that first room, right? Where you see the menorah, right? The lampstand, the golden altar of incense, of incense, and the table of the bread of the faces, the bread of the presences, right? The shew bread, right? So it says, now, when these things were thus ordained, Kohanim, the Kohanim, went always. And another point is this too. Although all of the priests were Levites, not all of the Levites were priests. That means that only those Levites who were priests even entered into the tent, right? Even entered into the tent, the dwelling where Yahweh said he will dwell amongst the children of Israel. So it says right here that the priests went always, right? Always, because sometimes in certain sacrifice, they had to take a portion in there and eat it within the tent. You know what I mean? Into the first tabernacle, right? To say the first tabernacle, it's about like the first room, the first part of the tent. Accomplishing, that means fulfilling the avodah, accomplishing the service, or in the Greek, the latria, the service, right? But into the second went the high priest alone. So only those who were anointed, right? Anointed, to speak about the priests, all the priests had to be Messiah, right? Only the priests went into the tent, but only the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, he went, right, alone once every year, right? Not without blood that he offered, right, for himself. And notice, as it says in Hebrews, he did not go in with his own blood. Right? He didn't go in, his own blood was not worthy. Right? You know, he didn't go in with his own blood, but with the blood of others, you know, to say the blood of animals, right? Right? That he offered for himself and for the errors, the sins of the people. Remember, the priest, right? Even the breastplate and the garments, right? And the shoulder pieces, right? He would bear, the priest would bear, and the high priest would bear the sins of the people. So when people say, well, no man can for another man, well, true, every man for his own, but in the principle, what Yeshua fulfilled, it is in perfect alignment with the scripture, because even the high priest bore the sins, and the priest bore the sins, right, of the people, right, because they were the ones who did the service, right? So they would bear the sins of the people. Even in the garments, the elements of the garments tells us that, right? Even the breastplate, you know, the choshen, right? Even the mitre upon his forehead, his frontal lobe, right? That means he had to keep this in his consciousness, right? The Holy Ghost, or the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, this signifying, right, in the Old Testament, in the Brit HaYashana, that the way, remember the way, the truth, and the life, but that the way into the holiest of all, that's the Holy of Holies, right? That's that second purple, the second veil right there with the Ark of the Covenant, where he said he would speak, right? Above the mercy seat and between the two cherubim, right? The Kirubim, Kepraim, right? Signifying that the way of the holiest of all, the Holy of Holies, was not yet made manifest, right? While the first tabernacle was yet standing, right? And what does it say right here? It says that a figure. Remember, it says a figure. Look what the word figure is. Parabole. What does that sound like in English? Parable. There you go. Parabole. Right? Yo. Check out this parabole. Right? The parabole. Right? What is a parabole? Right? Or parable? It's a placing of one thing by the side of another. Right? Like a comparison, right? Placing of one thing by the side of another, right? A juxtaposition, right? As of ships in battle, or metaphorically in the metaphor, comparing, right? A comparison of one thing with another, a likeness, a similitude, right? Or an example. By that, a doctrine or a teaching or a precept, illustrating a precept. This is what we're seeking to illustrate here, this precept, where a precept is illustrated. Or it can be a narrative, fictitious but agreeable to the Torah, agreeable to the laws and the usages of human life. So even if you give a story, right, it's not a real story, but it's a narrative. It's like a reasoning, a story that's agreeable to the laws and the usage, like it's agreeable to reality, right? Right? By that, either the duties of men or the matters that pertain to Elohim, particularly the nature and the history of Elohim's kingdom, his government, are figuratively, in a figure of speech, they are portrayed, right? A parable, an earthly story with a heavenly meaning, right? Like a story we tell down here about up there, right? Or a story that is bringing out the higher heights, a pithy, instructive saying, right? Involving some likeness and or comparison, and having a preceptive, like a precepts, the preceptive in that sense, or an admonitory, right? Admonitory force, like admonition, right? An aphorism or a maxim, a proverb. Remember we said before the word mashal in Hebrew is basically a proverb, a parable, right? An act by that one exposes himself or his possessions to danger, a venture, or risk. That's interesting there, right? Got to look into that one there. But basic right here is a similitude, a parable. That is symbolically, right? It's a fictitious. It's not a real narrative. You're not telling a real story. Remember when Natan HaNabi, when Nathan the prophet came to David, about, okay, there's this man that had this one sheep, this little sheep, and there's a rich man, and the rich man had a guest, right? And the rich man had all sort of things. He was a rich man. But instead of taking anything from his own flock or what he had, he went and took this poor man's one little sheep, right? And he offered it for his guests. So although that was a fictitious story, it didn't really happen, right? What it conveyed was the moral, right? It was a moral of like life and common life. And David said, the man that have done this, right, like should die, right? And then Natan HaNabi, Nathan the prophet said, thou art the man, right? And some say this is where we get the compositions like Psalm 51, from, right? So here, just to bring that out right there, the figure, right? That was a figure or a parable or likeness, right? For the time then present. So when we're looking at, Exodus, and we're looking at the description of the tabernacle, remember it was for the time then present. But we're looking at it according to pattern. That's why we emphasize pattern recognition. In that, we're offered both gifts and sacrifices that could not make him that did the service perfect as pertaining to conscience. This is a deep reasoning when we're talking about sacrifices and the old type vis-a-vis the new type, right? That even though they had these gifts and these sacrifices, according to what's written in Hebrews 9:9, it says it could not make him that did the service perfect, teleo, right? Complete, perfect, complete, right? As pertaining to what? As pertaining to the conscience. Look at that, right? The conscience. Sunidesis, right? The consciousness. So if you talk about consciousness, Black consciousness, this consciousness, African consciousness, conscious people, woke folk, all this. But here we're talking about conscience. So the conscience here, according to the definition, is consciousness. Consciousness. The soul as distinguishing between the soul, the psyche, right? Our psychology, as distinguishing between what is morally good and bad, prompting to do the former and to shun the latter, commending one, right? Condemning the other. This is the conscience. So the conscience connection with one's consciousness. What is our conscience? Our consciousness, right? Our moral consciousness. It's our perception, right? Check that out. Not just perception, but our co-perception, right? That is the moral consciousness that is defined here as conscience. So all of the sacrifices, yes, they were ordained, right? The offerings of the gifts and the sacrifices, but what was it limited? Like notice even the Day of Atonement. Basically, the atonement in Hebrew is a covering. So every year was a day of atonement. In that sense, it was a covering. So for us in the new covenant, when we observe the Day of Atonement, we're observing the fulfillment, right? Even on that day. But for them on that day, they got a covering for that year, for that time. They got a covering. It was just a covering. It wasn't a blotting out. It wasn't even a blotting out. If you notice, it wasn't they were forgiven, but it wasn't blotted out. It wasn't fully done away. It was just covered. You know what I mean? Like somebody say, you covered, right? You know, somebody else is covering, but you're not really perfected, but you are covered, right? And somebody else covered you. Oh, yeah, yo, I got you. You know, that means I pay for you. You know what I mean? I pay, but you really couldn't pay for yourself. You know what I mean? So you're covered. That's why it says it could not make him that did the service perfect. Perfect concerning what? So if you did the service absolutely right, you was good. You was good. You offered right. The priest did their job right. You was good. That was good. But it was not perfect. It was not complete, right? As pertaining to conscience, as pertaining to consciousness, as pertaining to co-perception. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? As pertaining to co-perception. That's why when it says that, let's just go on a little bit more here. Only in meats, the meats like the broma, right? That which was eaten, broma, right? And in the drinks, the poma. Look at the Greek. The Greek have his own rhyme. Meat and drinks, like food and drinks. In the Greek is broma and poma. Yo, you got any broma and poma? Broma, that which is to be eaten, and poma, right? Poma, drink, right? So it was food and drinks and diverse washings. You know, remember the laver, the brazen laver? They had to wash their hands and their feet before they entered into the tent. So here's where we get the sense of even foot washing in the ancient days. Remember, even when you enter somebody's house, there's that foot washing. Remember, Yeshua spoke about, like, listen, since I entered to your house, you all are all turned upside down because the woman with the alabaster box. But so see how much love she showed me. You know, I didn't get upset when I came here. You didn't offer me even, you know, any foot washing or any water for my feet, right? So diverse, many kinds of washing, right? And carnal, right? Carnal ordinances, carnal, fleshy, right? Ordinances, right? Dikaioma, right? You know, these established ordinances that we read about and we study in the light of the new covenant that were imposed. This was imposed until the time of what? The time of Reformation. So the ordinances were the ceremonies, the rites, right? Until the time of the diorthosis. Diorthosis, right? What is diorthosis? What is the Reformation? In a physical sense, it's a making straight. It was crooked, now it's made straight. Restoring to its natural and normal condition. Remember, man fell, humanity fell. This is what we have within the narrative in the Hebrew scriptures of the Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden, right? To the normal condition, right? Something that in some way protrudes or has got out of line. You know, like somebody has, like, you know, a broken limb or something like that, you know, misshapen, right? To reform it, right? Remember that man was formed. Was man formed from the dust of the ground, or was he reformed? Of acts or institutions, reformation, right? To straighten it out, like until the time of straightening it out. You see, straighten thoroughly, rectification, right? Specifically, this refers to the messianic restoration, right? The messianic restoration, the restoration by Moshiach, the restoration by Christos, by Christ. That's why it says in the next verse, it says, but on the other hand, Moshiach, Christ, the anointed, being come. So in speaking of Yeshua as the Messiah, Yeshua ha Moshiach, Yeshua is the Messiah, Christ being come, Messiah being come, a high priest. I just think that ones don't focus, and we need to focus on more of this because this is what the word says. This is what the gospel says. People talk about king, 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 king. You know what I'm saying? But they forget the high priest thing, right? That's what Hebrews focuses on. You know what I mean? Christ being come a high priest of good things to come by a greater and more, what it says, perfect. Right? So we speak of the perfection of our our conscience, right? And then also here it says, by a more perfect tabernacle, not made with hands. That's what we're reading about right here in Exodus as we come to the end. All of the laborers, all of the materials donated, and all the workmanship, Betzalel or Holiab, even the woman that did the spinning and weaving and gave their Egyptian Ankh mirrors, the copper mirrors, the copper and brass mirrors, right? But this is the tabernacle, a perfect tabernacle, not made with hands. That is to say, not of this building, right? Neither by the blood. We talked about blood a little early, right? The blood, right? The life, the blood equals the life of goats, right? People are like, I'm the goat, I'm the goat. I am man, and may I be a man, made in the image, created in the image after likeness. You know what I'm saying? By Shem Yeshua, but neither by the blood, the life of goats and calves, but by his own. You see what it says right here? The connection. So we're talking about the high priest that would enter in once a year, but he entered in with other blood. Right? Now we have boldness and liberty to enter into the holiest of holies. Now, the holiest of holy, what occurred in the holiest of holies? Communion with Elohim Ha'ab, communion with God the Father. Neither by the blood of goats and calves, but by his own blood, his own life, right? His own life. You see, why the animals were offered instead of people is because in Yahweh's eyes, the animals were more perfect than people. You see what I'm saying? The animals were more perfect than people. You see what I'm saying? In his eyes. You see what I'm saying? And it doesn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways, but not to get into this right here, but it says by his own blood, his own life, he entered once into the holy place, having obtained eternal what? Redemption, right? For if the blood, the life of bulls and of goats, and the ashes of a heifer, remember we just talked about the paraduma, the ashes of a heifer. Oh, let the page go. Let the page go. Yes, yes, yes. We still on this right here, but we're gonna move forward, looking at the time right here, here. Just this Rhema word, coming to the podcast. The small still voice that speak on this right here, and I hope that it's an edification, for you in the walk and the way, the truth, and the life. Yeah, that one is also a good one right there. Check out some of those right there as you read and study, to get a kind of visual, to get to see the picture, the word, reading the word and to see the picture, the word picture. For if the blood, right here, let's go on right here. For if the blood, right, of bulls and of goats and the ashes of a heifer. So we talk about the paraduma. Remember the paraduma? The aduma, right? Para is a heifer. Par is like a male, and para is the female, right? Sprinkling the unclean, sanctifieth to the purifying of the flesh. So even here in Hebrews, it points to the heifer, right? But if you don't study the Torah, you won't understand the significance of the red heifer, and then why in Hebrews chapter 9, verse 13, in addition to the blood of bulls and goats, it speaks about the ashes of the heifer. Remember, those who offered the sacrifice became unclean, right? But the byproduct, the ashes of the heifer, they made clean the unclean. So this was like a paradox, right? Right? Sprinkling the unclean sanctifieth to the purifying of the flesh. Now notice what it says right here. How much more shall the blood of Moshiach? Now remember, the red heifer is the only sacrifice where the color of the animal is specified, right? And I think this goes a long way when we speak about our black Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, yes, but the color of the cross, yes, right? Because even right here in these verses, if you understand it, that's why it then goes from speaking about the heifer, but the heifer had to be completely red, not red and a little white, red and a little black. No, it had to be completely red. And this is the only one where in the giving of it, it specifies color. Every other sacrifice, it don't say what color, the animal has to be. You see what I'm saying? That's why there's a great movie, if you could check it out, The Color of the Cross, right? The wood of the cross, the humanity of our Savior. How much more shall the blood, the life of Moshiach, who through the eternal Spirit, so we're speaking about Yeshua, right? As per his title, as Messiah, as the anointed, and the context, the unique context of Yeshua as Messiah, right? He is the Messiah in terms of the high priest. How much more shall the blood, the life of Moshiach, Christ, the anointed, who he be, who through the eternal Spirit, offered himself. You notice that? So he offered himself, but he offered himself through the eternal Spirit, right? So the Father sent the Son, right? And the Son, right, through the eternal Spirit, right? The Holy Spirit, eternal Spirit, offered himself without spot, right? Without blemish. Now, if you understand about the red heifer, right, the qualifications, you would understand why when they brought this out in the new covenant, they are making these links, right? And what's being said. Every word, phrase here is like linking up, right? But it can only link up if you have that groundation, if you understand the pattern. That's why Moses was told to see that you do all things according to the pattern recognition, right? Who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot to Elohim. It's like we have children, right? Right? And the basic principle of teaching little children, you teach them, and when children can see patterns and they can recognize patterns, we regard them as being intelligent, right? They can make link between patterns. Oh, well, you see how the square peg goes in the square hole? Oh, that's good. They make that. You see what I'm saying? Same thing for us as the children of Elohim when we can see these patterns, right? Right? Purge your conscience. Look what's that. Look what's that. Purge. So the purge is on. Forget about their purge. You know what I'm saying? But his purge, right? Purging our conscience, right? Same word right there. Our consciousness from dead works to serve, to do what? To serve Elohim Chaim, to serve the living, right, God. For this cause, he is the mediator. Just as Moshe was the mediator of the old covenant, you remember in Exodus chapter 20, round about verse 18, 19. Go to Exodus chapter 20 after Elohim spoke the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments. The people were afraid. They said, listen, we can't hear God speak to us anymore. Elohim, we're going to die if we hear him speak. But Moses, let Elohim speak to you and you speak to us, and then we will do. Right? You know what I'm saying? Call Asher Diber, right? Call Asher Diber Yahweh Naase. Like all that he has speaks, we will do. So in the same way that the Israelites ask for Moshe to be their mediator, right? And this also proves that Yeshua, right, is that one like unto Moses, right? As Moshe said in the Torah. And for this cause, he is the mediator of the new covenant, the Brit Chadasha, that by means of death, for the redemption of the transgressions, right, under the first testament, they that are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance. For where a testament, there must also of necessity be the death of the testator, right? For a testament, right, of force after men are dead. Otherwise, it is of no strength at all while the testator liveth. Whereupon neither the first was dedicated without blood, right? Dedicated, purified, without blood, right? Remember that blood, according to the scripture from the beginning, also, right, is life, right? Don't eat the blood because the blood is the life of the flesh. Blood, life, right? Here. For when Moshe has spoken every precept to all the people according to the Torah, he took the blood of calves and of goats with water and scarlet, wool and hyssop, sprinkled both the book, you mentioned the book, both the book and all the people. Now, you know where this is, right? You should know where this is, right? You know, this is going back, if I'm correct here, this is Exodus chapter 19, right? Just for one to just make the connect the dots, right? Right? Verse 20, saying, this the blood of the testament that Elohim hath enjoined to you. Moreover, right? Yes, it's Exodus chapter 19, right? Moreover, he sprinkled with blood both the tabernacle, sprinkled, right? Not poured, but sprinkled, and all the vessels of the ministry, right? And lastly, well, almost we come into the fulfillment here, and almost all things are by the law, the Torah, the direction, instruction, purged with blood. And without shedding of blood, right, is no remission. Therefore, necessary that the patterns, oh, wonderful, right here. Talking about patterns. See that you do all things according to the pattern. Do a little research in the Bible on patterns, right? And especially with the tabernacle, the temple, right? The pattern. And here with the pattern. Therefore, necessary that the patterns of things in the heavens, right? The pattern. Degma, right? A sign suggestive of anything, delineation of anything, an example, for imitation, right, of things to be imitated, right, for warning of a thing also to be shunned. So some things is for exhibit, something is for imitation, and something is for warning, right? So some things we are to do, and some things are like a warning not to do, right? So the patterns of things in the heavens should be purified. Now, listen to this verse here. It says it was necessary that the patterns of things in the heavens. It didn't say the patterns of things on earth. It's saying the patterns of things in the heavens should be purified. Pause. So if the pattern of the things in the heavens should be purified, if something has to be purified, that means it came to a point where it was not pure. Check. There was war in heaven. Check. War in heaven. So the pattern of things in the heavens should be purified with these. But the heavenly things, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. For, once again, Christ, the anointed, the Messiah, Moshiach in the Hebrew, is not entered into the holy places made with hands. Remember, where was Christ crucified, according to what is written? Outside the camp. After they committed the uckery, the sin of the molten calf. Of the molten calf. Where did Moshe take the tabernacle? Without the camp. And it said that if any sought for Yahweh, seek Jehovah while he may be found, they had to go where? Outside of the camp. Notice what it says here in 9:24 of Hebrews. For Messiah is not entered into the holy places made with hands. Right? We don't get any witness of him going into Herod's temple. You know, at least within the holy of holies of Herod's temple. You know what I mean? Obviously the ark was not there. For Messiah is not entered into the holy places made with hands. They are the figures, the parables. You remember the word? Well, here it uses the word antiphon. the pattern, antiphon. They are the patterns. So even here in the English, figures here is antiphon, and figures up there previously was parabole, right? The 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 patterns, right, of the truth, but into Shemaim, into the heavens, into heaven itself. Now to appear, right? To appear, right? Infinizo, right? Infinizo, like they say, like epiphany, the sense of epiphany, to be shown, right? To be seen, to appear, right? To be seen where? In the presence of God for us. So does Christ appear? He appears in the presence or in the face. Let's see, does he use face like prosopon? Prosopon, yeah, prosopon, as with the Hebrew panim, in Hebrew the face, right? The presence is the face, right? Where? Right? In the face of God for us. Not yet that he should offer himself, nor yet that he should offer himself as the Kohen Gadol, right, entered into the holy place every year with the blood of others. So here's the difference in the new and the living way. We have an eternal high priest, right? See, they had high priests, but when Aaron passed, then it passed on to his son, and then from son to, it passed on from sons, but they would die. They could not continue, right? So here's the key, the cornerstone of the new covenant, right? That's why I'd be weird when a man want to say today he's high priest. If he's of another so-called religion or something of other gods, I can understand that for the other gods, their stuff. But if he say he's a Christian or he's even a Hebrew, I'm like, what? I mean, you goofy, you goofy right there. Nor yet that he should offer himself often as the high priest entered into the holy place. In other words, we need to emphasize that Yeshua Moshiach is high priest, because that's what the New Testament, that's what the gospel emphasizes. That's what I'm saying, right? He's a high priest, right? You know what I mean? And, he is both the sacrificer and he's the sacrifice. He is both the victor and the victim, but from the victim to the victor. Check that out. Entered into the holy place every year with the blood of others. So Yeshua is not a high priest like them. That's the old way, right? For then must he often have suffered since the foundation of the world. But now once, you hear the word once doesn't mean twice, once doesn't mean three times. But now once in the end of the world. Now notice this right here. When this was written nearly 2,000 years ago, notice what they said, in the end of the world. So we have to try to figure out what does this mean? What is a world? Is the world an age of time? Right? Was at the end of an age? Hath he appeared to put away sin, right, by the sacrifice of himself? And as it is appointed to men once to die, but after this the judgment. Right? Now, this is a very interesting thing right here. How people look at this. People tend to apply this to themselves, but not understanding the context here. For example, there's a trial. Somebody is accused of murder, for example, right? And let's say there's a trial and they really did do the murder. You know what I mean? And after they do the trial, all the evidence, they basically say this man, they have the case, right? That he's appointed to die because he done the crime. So this is his appointment, right? That's the judgment, right? Once he's appointed to die, after that comes the execution of sentence. That's what this means. Some people derive from this a lot of different philosophies and everything, but what they do is they take this verse out of its moorings, like a boat out of its moorings. And then the boat just sails away and it gets capsized or it gets shipwrecked. It crashes against the rock. There's a context here. You know what I mean? So as it is appointed to men once to die, when criminals like are on death row, like a criminal on death row, right? But after this, after they, the trial and everything goes through and the sentence, right? Then is the judgment, or then is the execution, right? The krisis. Notice the word in Greek is krisis, right? Right? The krisis, the judgment, right? In the context of this comes then is the punishment, the execution of the judgment. So that's why it says so, because it's dealing with Christ, not with all these other philosophies that some well-meaning and some not so well-meaning Christians would make up, right? So Christ, Messiah, right, fellow brothers and sisters, because they are our brothers and sisters, in principle. So Christ, Messiah, was once. How many times does it say once in this chapter? Once. Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Hear, O Israel, right? Yahweh, right? Our Elohim. He who be, our Elohim. He who be, the one. Right? Here it says, so Messiah was once, right, offered to do what? To bear the sins of many. And to them that look for him shall he appear the second time without sin, to salvation. So right here, I know we went through a full right there. But here as we're coming to the sum, this is all for the Pekudei. And so what Pekudei is the sum. This is summing up right here. Here. Raymatun right here. Come out of her, my people. Leave Babylon. Here. Sanchez P right here. Give thanks, Rasimon. Give thanks. Yes, Rastafari. Give thanks, Chabarim, Talmudim. We have a psalm here. It's for this time in the season. Psalm was 65. Yeah, coming forward. But leave. Come out of her, my people. Revelation.
Just leave out of Babylon, leave out corruption, come to Mount Zion, all lion man. Listen. Leave out to Babylon and come back to Zion, slaving every day and still you can't make one. Leave out corruption and come back to Zion. Why you want to be with the Babylonians? We all have got to give account for our sins, yeah. Sins that considered great and small. The Bible says that we should love our brothers true, yeah. And now just look at what we do. Pick up a gun, shoot their brothers down. Envious, viciousness, hate all around. Mothers hating daughters, fathers hating sons. Your soul will go down and there's no way to run. No way to run. No way to run. Leave out to Babylon and come back to Zion, slaving every day and still you can't make one. Leave out corruption and come back to Zion. Why you want to be with the Babylonians? We all have got to be in one accord, yeah. We must be prepared to meet the Lord of Lords. We all have got to be our brother's keeper, yeah. Preserving love, just living love for each other. Pick up a gun, shoot their brothers down. Envious, viciousness, hate all around. Mothers hating daughters, fathers hating sons. Your soul will go down and there's no way to run. No way to run. So leave out your Babylon and come back to Zion, slaving every day and still you can't make one. Leave out corruption and come back to Zion. Why you want to be with the Babylonians? The day is come up on the land for man to toil, yeah. And the night to sleep and rest for a while. He created Adam and he created Eve. These things won't change if only you believe, no. Pick up a gun, shoot your brothers down. Envious, viciousness, hate all around. Mothers hating daughters, fathers hating sons. Your soul will go down and there's nowhere to run. Lord of mercy, won't somebody help me? Come out to Babylon, won't you come back to Zion? Lion man, yeah. Leave out to Babylon and come back to Zion, slaving every day and still you can't make one. Leave out corruption and come back to Zion. Why you want to be with the Babylonians? We all have got to give account for our sins.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes. So right there, that reasoning there, pattern, the summary, Hebrews, looking into the book of Hebrews, so we can get even the summary, in the new covenant sense of this tabernacle and how it applies to us, in the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings, Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Here. Of course, we have the evening Psalm 81. I'll briefly touch on it. We have today's daily Psalm 65. Also, we have this Torah reading and feeding. It's here we're finishing up the second book, so it's kind of a short. It's Luko Batalua, and we should at least just address it just briefly right here. Give me one moment. Trying to bring up Psalm 81, the evening Psalm. I'd like to touch on the evening Psalm right here for the fifth day, right? As we're moving forward to the Shabbat here in this time, in this season. Here. Psalm 81, just touch briefly right here. A cappella, Hebrew highlights. Psalm 81.
Psalm 81.
Oh.
מזמור פא למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב. הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm, and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. But their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied.
Psalm 81, evening psalm for the fifth day, aka Thursday. So here. Let's just touch briefly right here on the fifth day's Aliyah right here, fifth day's reading, moving forward into the sixth day right here, the Shabbat Eve here in the season, reading for the season. So here, 23rd sabbatical study, Pekudei, Ikademer, right? The sum, the accountings, the sum. So here for the fifth reading, let's bring this up right here, just briefly right here. The readings, short right here. Chapter 40, Exodus chapter 40, verses 1 to 16, and the fifth reading, the fifth Aliyah, up offering up. Yahweh Eloheinu, Hashem told Moshe, right, to set up the tabernacle, and Moshe did just as Yahweh had commanded him. What we have right here in the accounts, Pekudei here. The tabernacle here is erected and its equipment installed. Right, the equipment installed. So we're going to try to take this right here, just for right now, from verses 1 to 16. 1 to 16, Exodus chapter 40, verses 1 to 16, Chabarim, right here. And then we'll move forward to today's daily psalm, Psalm 65. Psalm 65. Important psalm here in the season, reason for the season, Shema Yisrael. Here. Pekudei, the sums of, the countings of. Pekudei HaMishkan, the countings of the sanctuary.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for this Shabbat Pekudei, Sabbath, the sums, countings, here for the last portion here in the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book known as the Sefer Shemot, the book of the names and called Exodus. Here we pick up with Exodus chapter 40. For the Shabbat of Pekudei, this would be the Chamishi Aliyah, the fifth Aliyah, the fifth reading, the fifth up offering, the fifth offering up right here for Shabbat Pekudei, Sabbath, the sums, Sabbath, the countings. And for a double portion, for this double portion, for Shabbat Vayakahel Pekudei, Vayachel Pekudei, a double portion, this is the Shavi'i, the Shavi'i, for the double portion, the seventh Aliyah, the seventh up offering up right here. Shema Yisrael, here, Gevir, O Yisrael. Vayadaberi Yahuwah LeMoshe Leimor. The tabernacle set up, and Jehovah spake to Moses, saying, Vaydaber Yahuwah il Moshe Leimor. And Jehovah spoke to Moses, Leimor, saying, B'yom ha-chodesh ha-rishon be-echad la-chodesh takim ma'eta mishkana ohela moed. On the first day of the first month, the first moon, shalt thou set up the tabernacle ha-mishkan of the tent of the congregation. B'yom ha-chodesh ha-rishon, ha-chodesh ha-rishon, on the first day, b'yom ha-chodesh ha-rishon, on the day of the chodesh, the first, b'yom ha-chodesh ha-rishon, on the first day of the be'echad la chodesh, of the first chodesh, the first moon, be'echad la chodesh, shalt thou rear up, takim, shalt thou set up, shalt thou rear up, takim, eta mishkana ohela moed, shalt thou, the eye, rear up the mishkan of the ohel moed, shalt thou rear up the tabernacle of the tent of meeting. And thou shalt put therein the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with a veil. With samta sham et aron ha-eduta, with sakota Allah ha-arona eta ha-paroket. And thou shalt put therein the ark of the testimony. With samta sham et aron ha-edut, put in the Aron ha-edut, the ark of ha-edut, the testimony. And thou shalt screen the ark with the veil. With sakota Allah ha-aron eta ha-paroket. And thou, the eye, shall bring in the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And thou shalt bring in ha-menorah, the lampstand, and light the lamps thereof, light the lamps of Ha. And thou shalt set the altar of gold for the incense, for the ancients, before the Aron ha'edu to the ark of the testimony, the Tabot, and put the hanging of the door to the tabernacle. And thou shalt set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, aggregation, and thou shalt set the laver between the tent of the congregation, aggregation, and ha-mizbeach, and the altar, and shall put water therein. And thou shalt set up the court round about, and hang up the hanging at the court gate. And thou, the eye, shalt take the anointing oil, the Messiah oil, and anoint the tabernacle, and all that therein, and shalt hallow, set it apart, and all the vessels thereof. And it shall be holy, it shall be set apart. And thou, the eye, shalt anoint the altar of the burnt offering, and all his vessels, and sanctify ha-mizbeach. And it shall be an altar most holy, and it shall be an altar kodesha kodashim, holy of holies. And thou shalt anoint the laver and his foot, and sanctify it. And thou, the eye, shall bring Aharon, Obaniah, Aaron, and his sons, to the door, illa patach, ohela moed, to the door, the patach, of the tent of meeting, the tabernacle of the aggregation, and wash them with water. And thou, the eye, shall put upon Aharon the holy garments, and anoint him, and Messiah him, and christen him, and sanctify him, that he may minister to me, to I, in the priest office. And thou, the eye, shall bring his sons, Banayu, and clothe them with coats. And thou, the eye, shall anoint them, Messiah them, christen them, as thou didst anoint their father, that they may minister to me, to I, in the priest office. For their anointing shall surely be an everlasting and eternal priesthood throughout their generations. Or ma shachta otama ka'ashera ma shachta eta avihem, we ki yehnu ali, we hayta lehiota lahem mashachatam le kehunata olama le dorotam. And thou shalt anoint them as thou didst anoint their father, that they may minister to I in the priest's office. And their anointing shall be to them for an everlasting and eternal. Likahunat olam, and eternal kahunat, eternal priesthood throughout their generations. Le dorotam. Thus, like this did Moshe, according to all that Yahweh, that Jehovah commanded him, so did he. Waya'asa Moshe, kekol asher asiwah Yahweh, oto ken asah. And here.
Yes. That's for 5, day 5, the 5th aliyah right there.
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Oh, so right here, today's daily psalm. Like to touch on today's daily psalm right there. So here, we're in the last chapter, right? Basically, chapter 40. The tabernacle is getting set up, and it's good to kind of go through a little breakdown right there. You know, the anointing, the different steps there, but also the emphasis on the anointing, on the washing. But right here we have a psalm. Psalm 65 right here. Like to, spend some time on this, the full. Couple key themes in today's daily psalm right here. But first, let's get a basic here. Could we have it on the screen right there? Psalm 65, today's daily psalm. Shema Yisrael, hear this.
Psalm 65.
מזמור ס"ה למנצח מזמור לדוד שיר.
Praise waiteth for thee, O God, in Zion.
לך דומיה תהילה אלוהים בציון.
And unto thee shall the vow be performed.
ולך ישולם נדר.
O thou that hearest prayer, 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 prayer.
שומע תפילה, 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 תפילה.
Unto thee shall all flesh come, flesh come, flesh come, flesh come, flesh come.
עדיך כל בשר יבואו, 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 יבואו.
Iniquities prevail against me. As for our transgressions, thou shalt purge them away. Blessed is the man whom thou choosest, and causest to approach unto thee, that he may dwell in thy courts. We shall be satisfied with the goodness of thy house, even of thy holy temple. By terrible things in righteousness wilt thou answer us, O God of our salvation, who art the confidence of all the ends of the earth, and of them that are afar off upon the sea, which by his strength setteth fast the mountains, being girded with power, which stilleth the noise of the seas, the noise of their waves, and the tumult of the people. They also that dwell in the uttermost parts are afraid at thy tokens. Thou makest the outgoings of the morning and evening to rejoice. Thou visitest the earth and waterest it. Thou greatly enrichest it with the river of God, which is full of water. Thou preparest them corn when thou hast so provided for it. Thou waterest the ridges thereof abundantly. Thou settlest the furrows thereof. Thou makest it soft with showers. Thou blessest the springing thereof. Thou crownest the year with thy goodness, and thy paths drop fatness. They drop upon the pastures of the wilderness, and the little hills rejoice on every side. The pastures are clothed with flocks. The valleys also are covered over with corn. They shout for joy. They also sing, 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 sing.
Yeah. Yeah. Here. A harvest. We have a harvest hymn right here. Also here we have a hymn connected with this time of the year, the springtime. And it's interesting, this Psalm 65 here, corresponding with like the reason for the season. You know, coming into the first of months, the first of moons, also corresponding with when the tabernacle was first erected. You know, so the tabernacle here, in today's daily Psalm 65, often themes a harvest hymn. A harvest hymn. All right, let's get this right here. Yes, a harvest hymn, as well as the beginning of the springtime. You know, the Abib time of the year. You know, Abib, the first moon, the first month. And here, let me just look at this right here, just so we get this here on the schedule right here. Give me one moment. So I'm looking forward to Passover, right? The month is not just yet, and let's see where we're at. Give me one moment right here, because this is interesting that this psalm, it arises here according to royal order at this particular time, right, of the year. So here there's a 28th day. Okay, HaChodesh. Yeah, so I think we have a couple more days till the Rosh Chodashim. Yeah, we're at the 28th, 29th. Yeah, so I think about Sunday-ish. Now, Pesach here in the season will be like roughly 2 weeks after the beginning of the month of Abib, right? So this is like the springtime, the new year. As you can hear from the psalm right here, Psalm 65 means more Samek Hey. In the Hebrew, Aleph numeric Samek, Hebrew letter Samek, has a numerical value of 60, and Hey is the sixth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So it's the verse where it says, Thou crownest the year. The crowning of the year. Thou crownest the year with thy goodness, and thy paths drop fatness, right? Drop fatness. So here in the Gregorian, looking forward, April 12th, according to the Gregorian, April 12th to April 20th, right? The Pesach season, right? According to the lunar solar calculation, you know, and we're going to touch on that as well, because there's we call it diverse doctrine, you know, out there concerning time and time telling, but it'd be good to have a good reasoning. But just FYI, right here, as per the season, right? So as we can look at the month right here, where we're at the 28th of the Gregorian March, right? And the month of Abib. Let's bring this out. So we have a springtime, right? This psalm is a psalm for the harvest, but also it is also a psalm for like the new year, right? The new year, based on what it said right there. So I just wanted to just bring that up right there. So looking forward, April 12th to the 20th. April 12th to the 20th, the full of the season. So we're looking at April 12th, the eve, from evening to evening. And then we have day one of the unleavened bread. And then we also have the fulfillment, like the first and the last, like the holy days, the intermediate days, ones and ones may, carry on occupational and other labor, so it's not like one has to shut down completely, but then, with the beginning, Passover, that evening, right? And then we have the first day of the unleavened bread for 7 days, and then the fulfillment time. We'll get into more details on that, but just in advance, the Shabbat that's coming forward is known as the Shabbat Chodesh, the Shabbat Chodesh, and that's the Sabbath that immediately precedes, and sometime it actually occurs simultaneously with the biblical New Year. And the biblical New Year, right, is the Abib. Let me see if I could bring this out right here on the screen right here, just so one can see the connection both with today's daily psalm as well as right, the reason for the season. I mean, even the Torah reading and feeding that we have, looking at when the tabernacle was reared, when was it reared up, like when was it pitched, so Shabbat Chodesh, the Sabbath of the month of Abib, that later on is called Nisan. So this Sabbath is significant because it marks the start of the month of redemption, Hebraically, even Judaically. The first month called in the Torah called Abib, and later on referred to after the Babylonian captivity as Nisan. Right, that Yahweh, according to the Torah, he said the beginning of months, or the Rosh Chodashim. So we seek to honor this time, this event, also reading often an additional passage from Torah concerning the sanctification, the setting apart of the new month, or the new moon, so to speak. Exodus chapter 12, verses 1 to 20. The scripture says, and the moon, and as the moon, the faithful witness in the sky. You ever come across that verse there? And the moon. Because I know some people, they hate the moon. I don't know. This is crazy. You know what I mean? But spiritually preparing during this month, by studying more about Pesach, right? And also the coming, right? The springtime and the spring holy days. So I just want to point it out. Here we go, right here, to bring on the screen for y'all. So you see Exodus chapter 13. So in preparing for this time, chapter 12, right? Chapter 12 gives a good overview. But here you can see, this day came y'all out in the month Abib, right? Abib, Abib. It's like Abebe, right? Abebe, to bud. Abeba, a flower. Abib in the Hebrew, right, is similar, from the similar African Afro-Semitic roots as the Amharic. We say Addis Ababa. So Addis Ababa, and then we say Tel Aviv. They say Tel Aviv, Tel Aviv. So what is Abib? Abib is the fresh young barley ears, right? So both refers to two truths. Refers to the fresh young barley ears, like the barley, barley. Yeah. And secondarily, it's the month of ear, here. Not that ear, but the ear forming, speaking about the greening of the crops, right? The greening of the crops, right? The ear, like an ear of corn. But also, the ear forming, hear this, of growing green, basically the sense of Abib, Abebe, like the flower, right? Abeba, a flower, right? In the Amharic, and Abib, right? The barley. So the barley and the month of barley. And this is the month of the Exodus, as well as the month of the Pesach, right? March, right? According to the Gregorian, March or April, the March, April time right there. So here, Abib. As you can see down here, the name in the Torah is Abib. After the Babylonian, the 70 years, the tribe of Judah, even we, the black Jews, were in Babylon, it had adopted the name Nisan. So some would refer to as Nisan. Nisan is a latter day name, but the Torah refers to the month as Abib. We see Abib here about 6 times, right? In the time appointed in the month Abib. You see what it says in the time appointed in the month of Abib, right? In the time of the month Abib. For in the month Abib, thou camest out of Mitzrayim, right? And it says, observe the month. It says, observe the what? The month, right? The what? The Chodesh, the new moon, the month of Abib. And keep the Pesach, la Yahweh Eloheka. For in the month Abib, Yahweh Eloheka brought thee forth, mi Mitzrayim, by night, right? And you see right there you go to Tel Aviv in Ezekiel, right? Yechezkel, Tel Aviv. Modern Yehudi and modern Hebrew speakers say Tel Aviv, right? But in the African, Afro-Semitic, ancient pointing, Tel Abib, right? Now, here it says Mount of Flood. I don't know why they said that, but Mount of green growth, Mount of barley, basically. So the city over there that they call Tel Aviv. So you can see the similarity of this name right there. So I want to bring that out because in the Torah reading and feeding, let's go over here for a moment. In the Torah reading and feeding, did it say this right here? Let's scroll back, right? For this it says, wow, look at that. This is the Torah reading and feeding, the fifth aliyah that we just rose up and touched on the first, the verses here for the fifth day. On the first day, right, the fifth aliyah here as we complete the second book of Moshe, right, the fifth aliyah here for Pekudei, right, it says, on the first day of the first month, right, so they came out in the month of Abib, check. And when was the tabernacle set up? Right? When was it pitched? Right? The tent was pitched on the first day of the first month. So it doesn't say Abib here. It just says, refer to it as the Echad month, and the first day is the Rishon. Right? So when we say Rishon, we use Rishon to say like the first day of the week. So the Yom HaRishon is like the first day, the primary day, the head day. That would correspond to what the Gentiles call Sunday, the first day of the week. So here it's saying on the first day of the first month, right? That shalt thou set up the tabernacle, right? Notice the tabernacle is the Mishkan, the dwelling place, the tabernacle of the Ohel, of the tent of the congregation Moed. Right? So sometimes there'll be different words. One might say, well, sometimes it's called Ohel, tent, Ohel Moed. Other times it's called Mishkan. But here we get a full in Exodus 40:2, where it says the Mishkan of the Ohel Moed, the tabernacle, the dwelling place of the tent of the appointment. Right? So we can see that this is also during the month of Abib. Right? Abib. So very, very interesting. And also the comparison here we have with today's daily psalm. Let's get into it. We have Psalm 65. Let's scroll over here. 65. There we go. 65. Here. Here we have Song of a harvest hymn. A song of the harvest, a harvest hymn. It's a harvest song. Also a song connected with the crowning of the year. A song of praise. So what do we have here? We have a song of praise to Elohim, to the Creator. It's a Elohim song. It's interesting. It's an Elohim song, right? It's an Elohim song. Yeah. So this will mean when certain, not just names, but title name, like the name is the Yahweh, is the Hashem, is the name. HaKadosh, the Holy One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He, Baruch Hashem. My blessed be the name. But Elohim, is an attributional title. And when we refer to Yahweh as Elohim, according to his revelation, refer to him as creator and as judge, right? You crown the year with your bounty, right? So here the season, right? Right? Crowning the year with his goodness, the growth of the crops, and, spring forward, the spring is growing up. So this is a praise to the creator, to Elohim, to Eloheinu, for the prospect, right, of an abundant harvest. This is the subject of the Mizmor Samek Hey. Samek 60 Hey 565. Mizmor Samek Hey, Tehillim Samek Hey. So it is a song of praise to the Creator, to Eloheinu, for the prospect, looking forward of an abundant harvest. The subject here of today's daily psalm. In addition to extolling him, bigging him up, right? Hailahim, Elohim, for his bounty, right? His bounty, right? The host with the most. You know what I'm saying? The poet, and Ani Vani, right? Alluding here in this psalm to a recent deliverance. There was a recent deliverance that's alluded to in this psalm of the nation from peril, from some danger or peril. Now, there's no known period in David's life, since David is in the title superscription to chief musician of Psalm, Song of David. But there's no known period in David, right? David HaMelech, right? Life, David the king's life, that can be quoted for its background. Some hold the opinion that it was not composed by David. Some say it wasn't composed by David, but by a chorister for the occasion. Some say this was composed for the occasion. There's a reasonment, and it's an interesting reasonment. We just share it right here, that this psalm, some say, was composed for the occasion of the building of the Haykal. Interesting here, the building of the temple, and here in this season with the tabernacle, right? The first day of the first month, here in the springtime, right? Now, others who have a conservative, Delich, right, who's more conservative in his views, he connects the Mizmor, today's daily psalm, with Isaiah, Yeshaya, with Isaiah 37 and 10. Isaiah 37 and 10. Just read at the outset, we're going to touch on Isaiah 37 and 10. Let's go to Isaiah, Yeshaya, right, 37 and 10, and see if we can see or agree with that connection. Isaiah 37 and 10. It says, thus, like this shall y'all speak to Hezekiah, right? Thus shall y'all speak to Chizkiah, to Hezekiah, right? King of Yehuda, saying, make not thy God in whom thou trustest deceive thee, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. Let's look at this here. Isaiah 35, 6, 7, and 10. Okay. So some propose that there's a connection here, right? They propose that the date of today's daily psalm, Psalm 65, right, being the third year after the retreat of the Assyrian army. So some connect this psalm with the incident that Yeshaya the prophet brings out right here, right? Where in the third year, the Assyrian army, right, retreated, right? Because, they was trying to tell the Hezekiah that, that nothing you can do. Your God can't save you from the hand of the king of Assyria. But then in the third year, after the retreat of the Assyrian army from the land of Yehuda, right, in the reign of Hezekiah. So after that, like, this crisis was turned around. Some say this psalm, it fits, and this is the composition, right? It has affinities. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 65, Mizmor Samek Hey, with Psalm 46, Psalm 46, that belongs to that particular period, right? And therefore, if you study it, then therefore that theory can be supported, from these affinities, right? But here, as we like to do, as our custom trot is, let's look at Kyle and Delich, K and D, Psalm 65, Mizmor Samek Hey, Thanksgiving. So another theme, Thanksgiving song for victory and berkot and blessings, empowerment to prosper bestowed. So it's a harvest hymn on one hand, and it's also a Thanksgiving song for victory. So it's no doubt this victory occurred like around this time of the year, right? The victory occurred around this time of the year. So here, just a little bit right here. Also, yeah, we'll bring that back around right there. Give thanks, sister, Queen Makeda. They're doing some studies on the Tehillim as well. So ones and ones are so interested, I would highly encourage. So Thanksgiving song for victory and blessing bestowed in this mizmor, in this psalm, the placing of it immediately after the preceding one is at once explicable, like explainable by reason of the what's that? Wayiru, right? Wayiru, so prominent in both of these psalms, right? Wayiru, right? Let's see right here. Wayiru, right? In both of these psalms. Let me see right here. What is it's 64? Okay, it's 65 and 9, right? 65 and 9, right there. Okay, we come upon the same intermingling of natural and historical. So it's looking at some of the likenesses between this psalm and that psalm. Hopefully we can get into that. We'll unpack it. But just for an overview here, the congregation gathered around the sanctuary in Zion, right? So the congregation, the edut, the witnesses, right? Those who testify and witness, right? That's say like the church, the edut, the congregation, I, the people, gathering around the sanctuary, the holy place on Zion in Zion, praises, right? Our Elohim, Eloheinu, Yahweh Eloheinu, by whose mercy its imperiled position in relation to other nations has been rescued. So Israel, going back to that Isaiah 37 and 10, can you imagine? They sent a message to our king, to Hezekiah, and they said, listen, your God can't deliver you out of the hand of the king of Assyria. Wow. You know what I mean? But they were delivered. They was in an imperiled position in relation to other goyim or other nations, right? But they were rescued. And by whose goodness, Yahweh Eloheinu, our Elohim, by whose goodness, speaking about the nation, we again find ourselves at peace. The nation finds itself at peace, surrounded by fields. Oh, the fields and the crops, rich in promise, bumper crops, in addition to the baraka, the empowerment to prosper, that it has received in the bounties of nature, the the rich land, fruitful, that that Afro-Arabian, that African-Arabian soil, because of the Afra part. It does not lose sight of the answer, because even that land over there they call Israel. It's interesting. It's right there. The part that's Israel, called Israel, that was given to the children coming out of Egypt, is actually right there on the African plate. But not losing sight of the answer to prayer, that we, speaking of the nation, all of us as one corporate body, has received in our relation to the world of nations, to the League of Nations, to the United Nations. His rule, Yahweh's rule in human history and his rule in nature are to the church, to call out the congregation, we, the members of the body, reflected the one in the other. So both looking at the history, right? Looking at the nature, like what was occurring in the history of the people, how Yahweh was blessing us in nature and protecting us from others. This is what we as the body, the church, right? The members of the body, what we praise and give thanks for. So in the latter, as in the former, it sees the Almighty, right? And a bountiful hand, a full hand of him who answers prayer, and he expiates sins. And through judgment, through what? Through judgment, he opens up a way for his love. That's a whole reasoning there. Think about it. Through judgment, he opens up a way for his love, for chassidon, his loving kindness. The deliverance that speaking of we as the people, the nation, has experienced, it redounds to the acknowledgement of the Elohe, right? right? Yeshuot, Yeshua, the Elohim of its salvation among the most distant peoples. The beneficial results of Yahweh's, of he who he be, of Hashem's, his interposition. Like two people are fighting or something's going on and you put yourself between. We're not suggesting this often, but what Yahweh does, he interpositions himself, right? He bows to heaven, come down. He you know what I mean? He steps in the scene. He positions himself in the scene, in the events, in the events transpiring in the world. Extend temporarily, as well as spiritually, right? So both on the temporal, right, side of the ledger and also on the spiritual side, far beyond the bounds, of I, the Beta Israel, the Beit Yisrael, right? It is therefore apparently the relief of Yisrael and of the peoples in general from the the down presses, those pushing us down, right? The down pression of some worldly power. You know what I mean? Like the powers that be, right? The principalities and the powers that be, some worldly power that is referred to, right? The spring, remember this is like a harvest time, and this psalm often comes up in the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, like here around this time of the year, right? The spring of the third year spoken of, as in Isaiah, right? We had touched on that, Isaiah 37 and 30. When to Judah, the overthrow, to the Judahites. So it's particularly a Judahite. Well, when to Judah, the overthrow of Assyria was a thing of the past. And they again had the fields ripening for the harvest before their eyes, offers the most appropriate historical basis for the twofold purport, like the purpose, the purport of the psalm. So the psalm is like twofold. So on one hand, we say it's a harvest hymn, and then when we say it's a thanksgiving of victory, right, and blessing, right? So here's the connection right here. The inscription, first part, to the presenter, the chief musician, Lamanatziach Mizmor Lidawit Shir. To the presenter, a psalm, a Mizmor Lidawit, of David or by David, Shir, a song. We have this same titling in other psalms, Psalm 76, right? Psalm 75 and Psalm 76. This does not mislead us in the matter. Why? Well, for even we regard it as uncritical, right, to assign to David all the psalms that bear the inscription Lid Dawit, right? So every psalm that bears, see, in Hebrew, Lid Dawit can be translated as of David or for David. So not every psalm that has Lid Dawit, Lid Dawit is per se that it was written by him. Some of them we clearly see and we clearly know are written by him, but it's like in the style of David, right? It's in the style of David, right? It's in like that musical, right? That musical style. So at the head of the following psalm, it might have some meaning here. Okay, no, it was breaking down something from the Greek right there. But we'll scroll over that right now and get to this psalm, the praise of God. So it uses the term in the Hebrew Elohim. This means praise of the creator and praise of the judge. You see how it's true here in the twofold sense that the psalm both relates to a fruitful, a bountiful harvest. It's a harvest hymn, right? The springtime harvest hymn as it applies right here. So it's Elohim, the creator, right? That's the creator, that attribute use of Yahweh. Who is Yahweh? He who be, he be Elohim. He be Ha Elohim, the true Elohim, the creator, right? So the praise of Elohim, creator. But then the second fold of it is Elohim also, according to the scripture, is his judgment aspect too. The judgment of the Syrians and, keeping the people safe, keeping we the people safe. So the praise of Elohim on account of the mercy. With that, he rules out of or from Zion. He rules from Zion. So right here, just that opening there, without further ado, right here. Today's daily psalm, verses 1 to 4, is the praise, right, to Elohim in the temple. The praise to Elohim in the temple, right? And then we have in verses 5 to 8, right, and 5 to 8, right, Elohim's awe-inspiring deeds. The creator, the judges, awe-inspiring deeds. Awesome. And in verses 9 to 13, the third part of today's daily psalm, right, we have thanksgiving, the Torah. We have the Torah, the thanksgiving. Put your hands up, right? Applaud, right? Lord, and applaud, right? Hand it to him. Thanksgiving for the harvest. So when war and destruction was threatening, instead what came about? There was a bumper harvest. The enemy faded away, right? And Yahweh gave them a very good harvest, right? A good harvest. So here, first verse right here, including the superscription right here, right? Let's touch on this right here. First verse, including the superscription, the Aleph verse right here. Today's daily psalm, the English up first. To the chief musician, a psalm, song of David. Praise waiteth for thee, O Elohim, in Zion, Zion, and to thee shall the vow be performed. Right. So here's a key note right here. We just shared the translator's note right there so you can see. Right. It says praise waiteth. When the Hebrew sense, it has the sense of silence. Right, silent, right, is silent. What? Praise is silent. Praise waiteth. Let's touch on the Hebrew, the Ivrit right here. Right, la menatziyah, to the presenter, the chief musician, the one who stands forward in the praise, presenter. Also, menatziyah in Revelation mean like the overcomer. The one who gains the natzach, the victory. But here, or the one who stands forward, right? La menatzeyah, right? To the chief musician in this context, the menatzeyah, right? La menatzeyah mizmor le Dawid shir. To the chief musician, a mizmor, a chant, a psalm, right? Le Dawid, of David or for David. In the context here, it would be, if it's really the time of Hezekiah, it's in the style of David, and Lid Dawid would be quite appropriate because Hezekiah, Chizkiah, he is a Judahite, right? So we have like the tribe of Judah at this particular time, right? Right? The 10 tribes are off the board, so to speak. You know what I mean? La menat mizmor le Dawid shir. It is a shir. It is a song, right? So just going through the superscription right here, the shir, the song, right? So it's both a mizmor, right? It's both a psalm, right? A melody, a chant, and it's also a shir, like the shirat hayam, like the song of the sea. Yeah. So here's the first verse, KJV wise. That was a superscription right there, but very important for the context, right? Leka dumiyah tehila Elohim b'tzion uleka yeshulam neder. First verse here, right? Praise waited for thee, right? Oh God. Here we got it right here. Praise waited for thee, O Elohim, in Zion. Now they have Sion for S. That's somewhat false translation. It should be Sion, more with Z, right? Right? And to thee shall the vow be performed. First verse KJV wise. Lika, li for ka, for the I male. So if I said to a man, or speaking to he who be lika, for the I, to you, right? Lika dumiyah tehila Elohim b'tzion. Lika dumiyah tehila. So here where it says praise, right? Tehila, right? We have the tehila, like we say hallelujah from the halal. This comes from the halal root, right? Tehila, right? Praise, thanksgiving, right? Praise, right? Also praise demanded by qualities, by his qualities. He who he be, when we see who he be, it demands praise, right? For the revelation of his qualities, right? His deeds, right? The attributes, right? Of Elohim, of the creator, right? So here, it says, Leka dumiyah tehila, right? So Leka to the eye, right? Dumiyah. What's the word dumiyah? Look at the word waiteth. The word waiteth is dumiyah, right? Now, Dumiya means silence, stillness, repose. It means waiting, but like still waiting. Like when you're quiet and patiently waiting, right? Not speaking. You tone down, take it down, take it down, take it down, take it down low. All the chatter, you take it down low, right? To the silence, the repose, right? The stillness, right? Silently. In the abstract sense of this stillness and silence, it's a kind of a quiet trust, quietness and trust, right? So here, the reason why it's dumiya, right? It's because it's speaking, right? Dumiya is speaking of something that is a noun feminine, dumiya. So when we see Yah there, one might say Yah is Yah, but understanding the Hebrew, it is really speaking about the Tehillah. You see the Tehillah, let's scroll down here. Tehillah, right, is a noun feminine. You see, so Tehillah is praise, noun feminine, laudation, praising, right? Praising, Isis, praise, right? So it's saying that praise, the Tehillah, right? She waiteth. The praise, she dumiya, lika to the eye, dumiya. She being silent, Tehillah. The praise is silent, is still, right? Elohim, O Creator, O Judge, B'Tzion, in Zion, in Zion. Now remember, Zion is the castle that was the castle of David, the city of David, right? We could say the seat of the Davidic and the Messianic government, Zion, and along with the state or the kingdom aspect, we get the church aspect because David brought the Aron. He brought the ark. So we get kind of a church and state, right there, to understand the significance of Zion, right? Zion referring to the Davidic Messianic kingdom, right? David had a son named Solomon. Solomon had a son named David, who renewed the kingdom of David in the tops of the mountain. Psalm 87 verse 4 says, Im Kush with Zeyulad Sham. It says, with Ethiopia or Cush, this man was born there. Now notice, there's both the Davidic monarchy, right, have a history, right, going back thousands of years of the Davidic monarchy, right, as well as the Ark of the Covenant. So we get to see a true Zion. We call it the African, right, Zion, African Shemitic, Afro-Semitic Zion. But here, just to put it in the context of the psalm, right, and also pointing to the prophecy, Lekadumiya Tehillah Elohim B'Tzion. The first part of the verse, second part of the verse, and to thee, right, to the eye shall the vow be performed. U and leka, lecha, and right, le for, right, to ka, and for to the eye. Yeshulam neder, Yeshulam neder, right, the Yeshulam neder. Let's bring this up. I was going to share this earlier, right? But as we got into the reasonment, the time. Here, right, we get the word shalem, right? Shalem, shalom, right? To complete, to perfect something, to shalem it, right? Shalom, right, is that which is perfected in sense of peace, well-being, healthiness. Then we have lishalem. Lishalem in Hebrew means to pay for, right? To pay for. There we go, right there. To pay for it, right? So let's go over here and break this down right here, right? The word perform. You see the word perform? Right? The word perform is shalom, right? In the context of the Hebrew, shalom, to be in a covenant of peace, to be at peace. In the context of Hebrew, shalom would say he was in a covenant of peace. He was at peace, right? Let's go through this here. To be at peace, peaceful one, right? To be in a covenant of peace, right? To make peace with, right? To live at peace. That's the first sense. The first sense of the word shalom has to do with the general idea of peace. Secondary idea of the Hebrew word is to be complete, to be sound, to be complete, to be finished, to be ended, to be sound. In a sense, when it says sound, like uninjured, to be healthy, right? Or well. We say ma Shlomka. I say to my brother, Ma Shlomka, Ma, what? Shlomka. What is your peace? How are you? All's well. You know what I mean? In that sense, so we can use shalom to ask about one's well-being. But as we go further, we see that peace, shalom, to finish, to make safe, to make whole, to make good. So reading in the Bible, it says, and he shall make it good, right? It means that he shall shalem, right? He shall pay, right? He shall make it good, right? He shall pay. To make good is to pay, right? To requite, to recompense. So we have Yeshulam. You see the pu'al? Yeshulam, shulam, shulam, right? Not shalom, shalom. A lot of the Hebrew brothers, they get confused because I don't know why they refuse just to study the basics, study the pattern, right? Here to be performed. That's why this word, right? Here it says, and to thee the vow shall be performed, right? Now, we know the word here is the shalom root in the yeshulam sense. So what is the yeshulam? Shulam is this part right here, shulam, the pu'ah. Shu, for the u, and the ah for the am. Shulam, right? This is a pattern. It's a pattern. When we talk about the pattern, right? So yeshulam, right? It will be, yeshulam, it will be performed. You see what it says? It will be repaid. It will be requited, right? So the sense of to pay, the sense of shalom and the sense of pay. So here, praise waiteth for thee, right? Or praise in the silence to thee. Leka dumiya tehillah. What do we have here? The Hebrew is to be compared with another psalm, Psalm 62, round about verse 1, verse 2, where in Psalm 62, round about verse 1, or Hebraically verse 2, it says, only to Elohim, only to the Creator, to God, right? Doth my soul wait in stillness. Does my soul wait in silence? So in Psalm 65, we have this very same kind of comparative idea as we look at the Hebrew, from the Hebrew side of the ledger. Let's just do this right here so you can hear it right here in Psalm 62. Right? In the KJV, it'll be verse 1. In the Hebrew, verse 2, it says, Aka illa Elohim dumiya nafshi. So the dumiya, right, is she waiting, she in stillness, she silently. That's the nafesh, right? So prayer, tehillah, feminine, right? And the soul, feminine. Thus the word dumiya. She waiteth in stillness, right? She waiteth in stillness. Mimenu, Yeshuati. From him cometh my salvation. Now, I didn't bring it on the screen, but I'm comparing right here Psalm 62, the first verse. Only for Elohim doth my soul wait in stillness. From him cometh my salvation. Ak, only, or indeed, for sure. Ak, indeed. Ak, il Elohim, indeed, to the Creator. Dumiya nafshi. My soul is in stillness. My soul is in silence, waits in stillness. Mimenu. From him, Yeshuati, my salvation, my saving. So the stillness here, right, in Psalm 62, in the beginning, as with Psalm 65 right here, right, the stillness is that humble resignation. So when we have the Dumiya here, right, humble resignation, right, silence, still repose, stillness, right, and stillness, right here. So why is this with prayer? So we have in 65 the soul in silence, and prayer, silence, right? On the analogy here, right, the likely, right, connection of this is that praise like prayer. Tehillah, this praise right here, tehillah, praise like tefillah. Tefillah is prayer. Tehillah, praise like tefillah, is often truest when in deep and still and silent devotion. It waits. It waits in the presence. It waits in the face of Elohim, in the presence of the Creator. You know what I mean? Like after like praying and sending your words forward, right? Just being still. What it says, be still and know, right? The concourse of people, right? Looking at the context of the psalm here, the concourse of the people in the Haykal, in the temple, they look forward. They're looking forward in a reverential, with respectful silence, right? Right? Turning down all the noisiness, all the loose chatter, right? And looking forward in reverential silence for the avoda, for the service of Todah, for the service of thanksgiving, of thanks and praise and tehillah to begin, right? Second part of the verse, and to thee. So it begins off, lekah, to thee, dumiyah, tehillah Elohim b'tzion, right? To the eye, right? Silence, right? Silence, prayer, praise waiteth in silence, O Elohim, in Zion. Uleka, and to thee, and to the eye, right? Yeshulam, right? To be performed, to be paid. Yeshulam, neder, shall be paid the neder. What is neder? Neder, right? Neder is the vow, the neder. Neder, right, is the vow, right? This is best understood collectively. Though it's a singular here, it's a singular referring to the collective, right? So show the vow, like all vows are as the vow being paid, the vow being performed, right? As vows are the promises that were made during times of stress, the votive words of your mouth, meditation. Oh Elohim, if you deliver me from this, I will do that. So when you're delivered from this, it's good to pay Yeshulam, Yeshulam neder, to pay, words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be. That's where the words of the mouth, meditation of the heart is acceptable, because you said you would do this, right? You said, this is your promise. When that is done, then you pay up. Right, so this is like the opening right here. Once again, Leka Dumia Tehila Elohim B'Tzion. Leka Yeshulam Neda. Here to the bait verse, the second verse. Remember in the first section, praise to Elohim in the temple, in the church, in the holy place, in the gathering. O thou that hearest prayer, to thee shall all flesh come. Shomeya tefillah adeka kol basar yabo'u. Here. Shomeya tefillah adeka kol basar yabo'u. O thou that hearest, shomeya. So here from the root shama, in the form right here we have shomeya. What is shomeya? Shomeya in the Hebrew is to say the hearer. So Yahweh, right? The Hashem means approximately in Hebrew, from the Hebrew to the English, he who becomes who he becomes. So who he be? He be Hashomeya. So one of the attributional names we call Yahweh, right? In a learned sense from study of the scripture, we refer to Yahweh as Shomeya Tefillah. He is Shomeya Tefillah. He is Hashomeya Tefillah. He is the hearer, Shomeya, one who hears, Shomeya. So when we point it as Shomeya, it means the hearer. Shomeya, the hearer of Tefillah. He is the hearer of Tefillah. So now notice these words, how they're similar but not the same, right? We have Tehillah, the praise, Tehillah, and here we have Tefillah. Tefillah is prayer, right? So he be, right, the hearer, right, of prayer. He be Shomeya Tefillah, right? Shomeya Tefillah Adeka, right? Adeka. Now here, bringing down the Adeka, Ad in Hebrew means like towards, like going towards, like when we say forever, ad li olam, ad going on, ad li olam, forever to time indefinite. But here we say adeka, Ade, going as far as going up to Ka, going up to you. So literally it's like saying like as far as going up to you, right? Shomeya tefila Ade Ka. Call all basar, all basar. What is basar? Basar in Hebrew is flesh. Basar, basar is like flesh, whether of a human, of an animal, it's the flesh, right? Call basar, yabo, they come. All flesh, they shall come. All flesh, right? To the eye doth all flesh come, right? Adeka, towards, going up to the eye, right? Called basar, all flesh. Yabo is from bo. Bo means he went in, he come in, he go in. Yabo is like they enter in, they go in, right? They go in, all flesh, right? Towards the eye. Now, what is mentioned here, right? First part first, thou that hearest prayer. And let's scroll it down to the KJV from the Tanakh right there. Thou that hearest prayer. Right? See, in Hebrew, we say shama, shama, shama literally mean he heard, he obeyed. Shema, Shema, Yisrael means a command. Shema. So vowels matter, right? Vowels matter. That's the spirit. Vowels matter. Shema in Hebrew is a command speaking to a male, right? Shema, hear, obey, hear, right? Shama mean he heard. Shomeya is the one who hears. Shomeya tefillah, the one who hears prayer. Shomeya tefillah, the hearer of prayer. This is proved, right, by what had recently happened in the context of today's daily psalm, Mizmor Samekhe, what had happened with the overthrow of Assyria, right? The overthrow of Assyria. Remember the verse we showed earlier from Isaiah 37:10, where they sent a message to King Hezekiah, saying to King Hezekiah, don't you trust in your Elohim, because your Elohim cannot deliver you from my hand. Yo, the heathen are really heathen, right? You know what I mean? So here at this verse, when we say Shomea Tefillah, in the context of the Hebrews and the Israelites, he had heard, right? He had heard the prayer, right? Adeka kola basar yabou, right? Doth all flesh come? Shall all flesh come, right? Towards and to the eye. Adeka, right? The psalmist, and I, right, mains, admits, right, admits as truth, right, credits, admits, right, believes that the moral of what had happened would have widespread acceptance. Elohim being, right, acknowledged as a hearer of prayer. Once again, in the Hebrew, this is a very important attribute. That's why you're spending some time on it. Shomeya tefillah, right? Yahweh, he who be, who he be. Who he be? Shomeya tefillah. Yahweh, who he be? Shomeya tefillah, right? He be the hearer, right, of prayer. So Elohim being acknowledged as Shomeya tefillah, the hearer of prayer, right? The whole, all of humanity, all of mankind, all kinds of man, right, will eagerly, right, look to him, right? The picture of Zion, of Sion, of Zion, as the rallying point of humanity. The picture of Zion, even the African Zion, as the rallying point of humanity. And the temple, right, as a house of prayer, right, as a house of prayer. Bait tefillah, right? Bait, a house of tefillah, of prayer for all, for all. This is found in Yeshaya. Remember Yeshua, when he drove them out and he says, that my house, my father's house, a house of prayer, right? But they made it a den of iniquity, right? So here re-emphasizing that the temple, the holy place, the true gathering, should be a house of prayer for all. This is found in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2. In Isaiah right? Chapter 56, verse 7. Also in First Kings chapter 8, verse 41, that the temple, the holy place, if we can even say in the context of our studies, the tabernacle, right, according to pattern, as a house, a bait tefillah, a house of prayer. So here, this verse, the bait verse, Shomeya tefillah, Adeka kol basar yabou, shall enter in, shall come in, right? The Gimel, the third verse right here, still in the opening section right here. Praise to Elohim, the Creator, the Judge, in the Heikal, in the temple. Iniquities, verse 3, Pasuk Gimel, the third verse. Iniquities prevail against me. Our transgressions, thou shalt purge them away. Right? The purge them. This is the purge we're looking forward to, right? That purging away of our transgressions right here. So iniquities prevail against me. Our transgressions, right? Thou shalt purge them away, right? There. So here, okay, we're going to bring it out, but just to show you the translator's notes, right? KJV says iniquities. In the Hebrew, it's words, right, of iniquities or matters of iniquities. Here in the Hebrew says divrei, uh, divrei anot, right, or avonot, right, divrei avonot. Here we have the bar, right, word, divrei, words of, matters of, right, avonot, right, words of perversity, depravity, iniquity, of guiltiness, resting upon the conscience, right, perversity, moral, this is a sense of moral, right, iniquity, right, moral perversity, right, divrei avonot, gavru, menu, here, gavru, right, they prevail. So the word gabar means to be strong, gabar, right, and then we have to prevail, right, they prevail, right, gavru menu, they prevail, right, against me, to say like they overwhelm me. They're strong. They're so strong. They're vigorous. They're mighty. The sense of the gavru from gabar is to be strong, but like to be mighty, right? The mighty, menu. They're mighty. Against me, right? Menu, right? Here we have it in the Tanakh as meni. Dibreya aonot, divrei avonota gavrua meni, right? Pishaenu. And what is pishaenu? What is pesha? Pesha is transgression. The transgression. In the Hebrew sense, this transgression, pesha is rebellion, rebelliousness, transgression against individuals, transgression of the nation, transgressions against Elohim, that are recognized by the sinner as Elohim deals with it, as Elohim El Noseh, as he's a forgiving forgiving Almighty. The transgression is like the guilt of the transgression, just to bring out the sense of the revolt, right? So Pesha can be transgression, but it's also the revolt. So the revolt, the transgression of Yisrael is like a rebellion, rebelliousness, right? The revolt can be a national, can be moral revolt, moral transgressions, right? Or really just transgressions against that which is really just, right? Say really righteous. So dibreya avonota gavrua menia pishaenu, our transgressions, right? Our rebellions, our rebelliousnesses, right? What does it say? It says pishaenu, the pesha of anu, of us. Pishaenu, ata, thou, the I, male. Now, here where it says thou, in the Hebrew is very emphatic, right? So the thou here, we have to scroll up and down right here so we can just bring out the word. Here we have ata, like the pronoun ata, you, second person singular masculine. So it's ata, to say like you, yourself, and none other. Ata, right? It says ata, right? Ata tikaprein. Ata, the I, and none other, tikaprein, right? Thou shalt, KJV says purge away, but the word is kafar, right? Kafar, like we have kapar, kippur, kippurim, the sense of cover, to cover. You will cover it, right? To purge it. It almost is saying, in a sense, when we really look at it, it's like even from the Old Testament that actually is the Almighty, it's God that's really paying the price anyway. When he covers it, he's already paying the price. So we just get a full, right, in the King of Kings Christ, right? It just makes it plain that he was always covering for it, right? But in the sense of purging them away, right? To purge them, to cover over with pitch. You see where it says cover over with pitch, right? That's that black tar, right? That black tar, right? With that black, right? To cover over with pitch, right? Where that bitumen, they call it bitumen, or today we will liken it to like asphalt, right? With that blackness, right there. It's an interesting connection with the color of the cross right there. But here, full of this verse, Dibre avonota gabrua meni, pishaenu ata tikaprein, you will atone for them. Right? Another way of bringing this out is that you will pardon them. The tail of iniquities, the tail. Remember the word here, right? For iniquities. This is not just iniquities, but it's the words of iniquity. Both the words, things that are spoken, and the matters. So the word dabar can mean word, and it also can be matters. So the dibre is that the words, the matters of moral perversity, the words of moral perversity, right? The tail of iniquities, right? Gabru meni is too heavy, right? Is too heavy or is too vigorous. It's too how can I say? It's like too great. It's too mighty, right? For me. So sin, right? It creates a barrier between man and Elohim. Because man was made in the image after likeness, but man kind of like broke it, right? Like we broke it, right? And broke it by sin. And therefore, sin is a barrier. In other words, we are not reflecting with sin, we're not reflecting, right? How our creator, the blameless creator, created us. In Isaiah chapter 59, verse 2 brings out that point, right? Isaiah 59 and 2, that sin creates a barrier between man and Elohim. So the psalmist, in I in today's daily psalm, on his own and on the people's behalf, note where it says Pisha'enu. It doesn't say like just my pesha, right? Or his pesha, his transgression, his rebellion, his revolt, but here includes himself. So even the psalmist here, in the first part of the verse, he says the iniquities or the words, the matters of moral perversity, right, antiquity, right, they prevail against me. And then he says, Pishayenu, right, our transgression. He doesn't exempt himself, right? He shares. So he's speaking for the people, right? Speaking for first his own, right? And then on the people's behalf. It's almost like the priest. Remember how the priest first must deal with his own and then he can deal with the people's, right? Therefore, first he makes confession of chet, of sin, of wrongdoing, right? Of missing the mark. And then here, he prays for pardon, right? Praying for pardon. Full of the verse again. Divrei avonota gabru meni, pishaenu, ata tikapreim, thou shalt purge them, ata, I, thee, and none other, ata tikapreim, I shall cover for them, shall purge them, right, shall atone for them. Here, to the Dalet, to the fourth verse right here, the Dalet verse right here, right, here KJV says, right? Blessed thou choosest. The words is the man whom is not there. So in the Hebrew, blessed, or more correctly, happiness, right? The happiness thou choosest, the happiness of the one whom thou choosest. The word man is not there, but the happiness of the one whom thou choosest, and causes to approach, to draw near. He may dwell in thy courts. Notice what it says, in the courtyards. I remember only the priests, right? The anointed priests and the high priest entered into the tent. But here it says, Ashrei, the happiness of the one whom thou, the I, none other but the I, or Yahweh, chooses and causes to approach, causes to draw near. He may dwell in thy courts. We shall be satisfied with the goodness of thy house, of thy holy set apart temple, of thy holy Hekal, of thy holy temple. Right here, the Vrit, the Yehudit, the Hebrew. Ashrei. So the word Ashrei, let's get this out the way first. From the Esher, Asher is happiness. It's in the sense of the New Testament, chapter 5 of Matthew, when Yeshua speaks the Beatitudes, the blessed, he is speaking in the Hebrew of the Ashrei. The first psalm says, Ashrei Ha'ish, happiness, the contentment, the happiness of the man, right? That beatitude, beautiful attitude, right? So here it says, Ashrei, Ashrei Tivchar, Ashrei Tivchar, the one who you bahar. Bahar, what is Bahar? Bahar is to choose. Bahar, elect, the elect of God. To choose, to elect, to decide, to choose, the chosen, right? Notice, people say, we're chosen people. I'm a chosen. But notice what it says right here. It doesn't say that. It says, Ashrei, Tibahar, happiness of the one who you choose, who you select, right? Who the I select, the same Ata to Kapraim, the same one who atones. Ashrei Tibar, Tivhar, Uate Kareb, Utik Areba Yishkona, right? Chatzereka, in your chatzir. So here we have the chatzereka, in your courts, in the courtyards, in the enclosure, in your courts, chatzereka, who you chooses to approach. Te, te, te kareb. So the ti there shows us is speaking directly to he, like you, speaking to him as the I, to you. Tik areb, who you karab. Karab is to come near, to approach, right? To draw near, right? To draw near. Now remember, in the sanctuary, the tabernacle, not all could really draw near, right? For most of the rank and file Israelites, they could not go past the altar, right? Past the altar, right? But who you cause to approach, who you bring near, right? Tik areb yishkon, to do what? To shakan. Remember the place, the tabernacle is called the mishkan. Mishkan comes from the root word shakan, right? To settle down, to abide, to dwell. That's into the tabernacle, to tabernacle, right? That he may tabernacle in the courts, in the courtyards, right? In the courtyard. So right here, Ashreya Tiva Hara Utik Areba Yishkon Chatzareka Nisaba, right? We will be satisfied bitub, in the tuba beteka. We will be satisfied nisibah bitub beteka. We'll be satisfied in your beteka bitub, by way of the tube. You see the word tube? Now we say toba is good. Tob is good, but tuba is goodness. It's like good things, the good things. So tob, good. Like we say Lila Tov, good night, Boker Tov, good morning. You know what I mean? Yom Tov, good day. But the word tuba, tube is goodness. See, vowels matter, right? We shall be satisfied, right? Nisiba'ah. We shall be sabeya, right? To say we, nisibah. nisaba'ah, right? We shall be satiated, right? Satisfied, right? Like filled. You know, have one's filled, right? Right? We shall have our fill, right? Bitu babeteka. We shall have our fill, right? We shall have our fill of what? Right? We shall have our fill, bitu, in the goodness of Beitika, the goodness of your house, right? Kedosh, right? Kedosh Hekaleka, right? Kedosh Hekaleka, right? The Kadosh, the holy, right? The Kadosh, right? The holy, the set apart, Hekaleka, right? The set apart, the Kedosh of your temple, right? Of your Hekal. So the word for temple in the Hebrew is like the temple building, temple, not the other temple, but the temple building is Hekal, right? So what do we have here? The man or the person, the one, right? The one, right? Whom thou choosest. Every Israelite, right? Every Yisraeli, right? Every Yisraeli as a member of the consecrated nation. How do we know this? Because he says Mamleketa Kohanim, a kingdom, a sovereignty of the priests, right? A kingdom of the priests, a sovereignty of the priesthood, right? The terms choose. So when we look at the word choose, look at the word choose. Choose is Bahar, right? Tivchar, you choose, you elect, right? You select, you choose. And the term bring near, right? So Bahar, right? And Karab, right? Karab, to come near. These two terms. Ashrei, Tivchar, Ua Tikareb. So Tivchar from Bahar and Tikareb from Karab, right? These two terms, choose and bring near, elect, choose, and bring near, they are used of priestly ordination. These two terms, choosing and bringing near, is used of priestly ordination. And since we're studying here in the priestly chapters and these areas concerning the priesthood, it's good right here, right, for the new covenant's sake, to touch on a little bit of this right here. So here, to show that these two terms, and he spake to Korah, right? And to all his company, saying, even tomorrow, Yahweh will shew who his. Yahweh will show, he's going to show, right, who his. And holy, right? And will cause to come near. You see, to come near, right? The Arab, you see the word to approach, to cause to come near, that Yahweh will shew, right? Who is holy, right? Right? And will cause, like who is his, whoever is his, and whoever is set apart, right? Whoever is kadosh, right? Set apart, a holy one, set apart one, right? And he will cause that one to karab, to come near to him. Even one whom he has chosen, one who he has bahar, elected, selected, right? Will he cause to do what? To Karab. He will cause him to approach. Right? See, they wanted to approach Korah and his bunch, Korah and his crazy bald head rebellion, to call, to come near. But Moses told him that it's Yahweh who does the choosing, right? And the bringing near, right? The bringing near. So just want to bring that out right here. To dwell in thy courts, the dwelling in thy courts, right? Yishkon to Shakan, Yishkon Chatzareka, who will dwell Shakan in your Chatzareka, right? In your courts, the plural sense, not the singular sense, right? To visit the temple, to visit the holy place, the tabernacle, to visit the Hekal, was to the devout, the Torah observant Yisraeli, the Torah observant Israelite, right? Beta Yisraeli, right? A sacrament. So the visit to the temple, to the holy place, to the devout and Torah observant Israelite was a sacrament, right? Of his membership, right? In Elohim's household, in Elohim's house, right? Thy house in the center of our streets, right? The goodness, right? And it says, we will be satisfied. Nisba'ah, we'll be satisfied, betuba beiteka, satisfied with the goodness of thy house, the spiritual refreshment, right? The betub, beiteka, right? The goodness of your bite, right? The spiritual refreshment that the sanctuary, that the holy place offered, right? That beiteka, his bait, his house, right? Offered right here. So now here, right, at this particular verse is the conclusion of the first section, the praise to Elohim, the creator, the blameless creator in the Haykal, in the temple. This here brings us to verses 5 to 8. Elohim, the creator's awe, right? Awful, right? Awesome. Awe-inspiring deeds, his deeds that inspire awe. So here in Pasuk Hey, in the Hey verse, the fifth verse right here, says terrible things, right? With wondrous things or terrible things, terrible, awful, right? Terrible things in righteousness. In what? In righteousness wilt thou answer us, O Elohim. Once again, Elohim psalm, right? Because the emphasis here is on Yahweh as creator and as judge, right? By terrible things in righteousness wilt thou answer us, answer I now, Elohim, of our salvation, right? Of our Yeshua, right? As in Yeshua, right? Of our saving, salvation, rescue, deliverance, the confidence of all, the mibtach, the trust, always faithful, always sure, the confidence, the surety of all the ends of the land, of all the ends of the earth, and of them that are afar off the sea, right? That are far off, right? The sea, right? That are on the seas far off. Here, the Hebrew. Noraot, right? The dreadfulness, the awesomes, the dreadfuls, the terribles, right? The Norah. One of the attributes of Yahweh is he is Norah. Who he be? He be Ha Norah, right? He be the dreadful one. He be the awesome one, right? Here it says Noraot, the awesome, like to say the awesomes, the awesome deeds, right? Noraota bisedek, in tzedek, in righteousness, in justice, in righteousness. Noraota bisedek ta'anenu. You will answer anu. You will answer us anu. Ta'anenu. Ta'an. Anu ta'anenu. You will answer, you will respond, you will reply to us. Elohei Yisha'enu. Here an attributional name. Who is Yahweh? Yahweh is Elohei. He is the Elohim of Yisha'enu, of our Yeshua, of our salvation. Yisha'enu. Yisha'enu of Anu, our Yeshua. Elohei Yisha'enu. Mibtach. The confidence, the surety, call, katzwei eretz. He is the confidence, the surety of all the ends, katzwei eretz, of all the ends of the land, all the ends of the earth, or all the ends of the land, with yam, v'yam, and the sea, the yam, rechokim, and the sea, far off ones, and the sea that's far off ones. Noraot b'tzedekataneinu, Eloheya Yish'einu, mibtacha kolak atzwei eretz, with yam rechokim. So here, this verse here, let's break down and build this verse right here. Wondrous deeds, terrible things, noraot. Now the word noraot come from the root yare. It's in the nephil sense. That's why it begins with the noon, the end. Nephal sense, right? So from the Yare, the root word, we get Noraot, Nora, to be dreadful, Noraot, the dreadful ones, the fearful ones, the dreadful ones, that which cause astonishment and awe, right? The awesome deeds, right? That which inspires reverence and respect, and Elohim worthy respect and awe, right? That's the sense of it right there. Here, speaking of the things, right? The dreads, almost in the dreads, the terribles, right? The awesomes, right? The awesomes in righteousness, right? Noraot, here, Noraot be tzedek, in what? In tzedek, right? In justice, in rightness, in tzedek, right? Wondrous works, works that arouse awe. Now, here, this alludes to the discomfiture of the Syrian hosts. Remember, there's a verse in Isaiah 37 and 10 where they sent a message to the Israelite king Hezekiah, saying to the Israelite king Hezekiah that Hezekiah's Elohim, right, could not save him or the Israelites from the hand of the Assyrians. What? Cut off the Assyrians' hand, oh Yah, right? But here, this alludes here to what had been done, because first that threat was given, but then the people kind of buckled down and got up in the praise and the trust and the worship, and Yahweh performed the awesome deeds, right? Noraota bisedek, right? Bisedek, in righteousness. The happy issue, right? The happy issue, tzedek, bisedek, in tzedek, right? The happy issue of the recent crisis was not due to favoritism. It's not because Yahweh, Elohim favored us as Yisrael, but it was the effect of the divine equity, right? The divine justice, right? Righteousness that ensures the triumph of right and righteousness over wrongdoing, of good, that ensures the triumph of good over evil, right? Of good over evil, Tzedek. And here it says he is the Mibtach, right? Mibtach, right? So it says Noraot Tzedek ta'anenu. You will answer us. You will honor us. Ta'anenu. You will answer. You will respond to anu, to ayanai, ta'anenu. You will respond. You will answer to us. Eloheya Yisha'enu. The Elohim of ayanai Yesha, deliverance, rescue, salvation, victory, right? So Yesha, right? Also in the root of the name of the Savior, Yeshua, the sense of the safety, welfare, prosperity, right? But generally in the twin sense of salvation and victory, like in a military sense, right? To get Yeshua is to get victory, right? So here, he is the Elohe, right? Yisha'enu of I and I. He is the Mibtach. Mibtach. What is Mibtach? Mibtach is trust, confidence, surety. From being the Elohe Yisha'enu of our Yesha, of our salvation, of our victory, right? He will become. So because he is the Elohim of our salvation, of our Yesha, of our Yeshua, he will become, he who be who he be, he will become the Mibtach. Mibtach. He will become the trust, the confidence, the refuge, the surety of all people. Right here, right? The surety of all the ends of the earth and of them that are afar off, right? The sea. Or really, in the Hebrew sense, it says, and of the far distant seas. With wondrous works, dreadful works, right? Right? Dreadful works, right? In righteousness, right? Dost thou answer us? O Elohim of our salvation, of our Yeshua, Eloheya Yisha'enu, thou art the confidence, Mibtach, of all the ends, of all the what? Of all the Ketzel, the Kitzwa, right? Kitzva, right? Of all the ends, the borders, right, of the land, the borders of the earth, the borders of the land, right? Because remember, the Assyrians were seeking to invade Judah land, right? And of the far distant, right? The far distant seas, right? So when it says of them that are upon, the them that are upon is not really there, but the far distant seas. Once again, this verse right here, Noraota b'tzedek ta'anenu. Elohei Yishaenu, Mibtacha Kolak Atzwe Eretz, Wiyam Rechokim, and of the Yam, the sea, Rechokim, the distant, the far ones, the seas that are far off. Here the wow, the va verse, right? Elohim's awe-inspiring deeds. Here at the 6th verse, the wow, the va verse, that by his strength. So it's still speaking of he who be who he be, right? They say which, poor translation. It should be who. He who be who he be who, not he who he be which. No, he who be who he be who by thy strength, right? By his strength, set it fast, set it firm, the mountains. Girded, he's girded, right? With power, right? Making Naharim, right? What do we have here? Making Naharim Bekoho, Ne'ezar, girded, Ne'ezar, be Gevurah. Ne'ezar, be Gevurah. Now, on the tree of life, Kabbalistic speaking, there's a Sefer Geburah, strength. You remember when it said that our iniquities, he says, the tail of iniquities is too heavy, right? Is too heavy, right? Is too strong, right? It was the Gabar. This is from the same root, gabar, right? But here in the sense of Geburah. Geburah often is like the might, like his might, Yahweh's might, his mighty deeds, right? The mighty deeds of Elohim, right? So right here, Makin, kun is the root, kun, right? Makin. Now, kun here relates to Makin, and it relates to Mekonin. As you say, the name of the man child, Rastafari, Mekonin. To kun, keen, right? Konen, it means to be firm, to be stable, to be established, to be fixed, to be secure, right? Also the sense of prepare, but in the sense of establishing. Making Harim, the one who establishes, make firm, right? The Harim, the Hars. Har is a mountain, Harim is mountains. Making Harim be by way of koho. Here's the word koach. You know, sabbatically speaking, we have the chant Ana bekoach. Oh, please, bekoach, by thy strength, right? By thy strength, by thy power, by thy might, right? By thy strength, bekoach. So he makes the mountains, he established the mountains, firms up the mountains by his koach, his power, his strength, right? Ne'ezar, and he azar is to gird, to compass, right? Metaphorically, it's like to gird up, you know, like you belt yourself, you know, like you have a belt, you know, to belt, you know, you gird your waist, you know, like one working out, they will gird their waist to lift the weights, right? So in this kind of figurative sense, we're saying nezar, that he is girded, right? How's he girded? Be Geburah, by way of Geburah. He is girded by power or by mightiness, right? By might, right? So the mountains here, the Harim, right? The Hars. Remember that His Majesty, the man-child, was born in Harar. And in Hebrew, Harar means mountainous, at the mountains round about Jerusalem. Confidence in Elohim as the vindicator of justice, the vindicator of Tzedek, right? According to the order of Malkiah Tzedek, right? The vindicator of justice is based upon his infinite might, is based upon his infinite Geburah, his infinite Geburah, right, as demonstrated by his creation of the universe. So what demonstrates for us Hebraically, Judaically, his Might is the creation of the universe. Because mountains, why mountains? Why are mountains connected with his Geborah here and Be Koho and his Kowach, his strength? Well, it's because mountains, right, they represent, right, in this earthly plane, solid matter. Right? Some of the hardest and the most solid of matter is represented by mountains, right? Solid matter that he, even he who he be, Eloheinu, he fashioned them according to his will, right? See, the mountains are strong, and even to fashion that, you must have might and strength to creation, right? So the mountains are kind of symbolized on the earthly plane, right? Is like symbolic of his creation of everything, right? Because he can form that. Girded, he's girded with might. He's girded about with might. Ne'ezar be Gevora, right? With Gevora, right? As on the tree of life, Gevora, right? So here we have Psalm 90, Psalm 93, right? The first verse right here. Mekina harima be koho, nezara be Gevora. Here, the Zion, the seventh verse, Zion verse right here. We're still in the section, verses 5 to 8, Elohim's awe-inspiring deeds. Again, as of the last verse, it should have read, who by strength setteth fast firm the mountains. Who, he who be, who are girded, right, about with might. And here it says, which stilleth. No, who stilleth, he who be, who stilleth, right? He be the stiller, right, of the roaring of the seas and the roaring of the waves and the tumult, the jumping up, the tumult of the peoples. Remember when Yeshua walked on water? Remember when Yeshua walked on the water? Those who knew the psalm, the disciples, no doubt this verse came to mind. Right? What kind of man? What a man, what kind of man stilling the noise of the seas, right? The noise of their waves and the tumult of the people. And in addition to that, walking on the water. But here, he who be, who stilleth the noise, right? So strike out that word which, right? To who, he be who, right? Who he be, right? Mashbiyach, who he be? He be the one who shabach. You remember back in the days they say Shabbat, right? But this is Shabach. What is Shabach? Shabach, it's a twofold sense of this word. It's an interesting word because this word also is used later in Hebrew to praise. It's used to praise. You see the secondary right there? But in the first sense, mashbiach is like the stiller, the one who soothes, who stills. Like you stroke someone or an animal, you soothe them, you still them, right? You calm them down, you still them, right? He be the one who stilleth, right? He stilleth, right? Mashabiyach, right? Shaon. He stilleth the Shaon. The Shaon. What is a Shaon? Shaon is like a roar, a din, a crash, an uproar. You ever hear the waves of the waters? Right? The uproar, like of revelers, right? Sounding like the waves of the waters, right? The roaring, right? The uproar, the Shaon, right? Sometimes the Shaon can be linked to like a lion's roar, because sometimes the seas sound like that. But here it says Mashbiyach Shaon Yamin. He be the stiller, the soother. He soothes, right, the noise or the roaring of the Yamim. So we had the Yam, the sea far off, with Yam Rechokim, and here we have the Yamim in the plural sense of the seas, right? The She'on, the noise or the roaring, She'on Galehem, the She'on of the Gale, the Gal is a wave, Gale, right? Gale is the waves, Galehem is their waves, them waves, the waves of them, right? The springing, the waves of them, right? Galehem, right? Wa, and Hamon Leumim, and the Hamon of the Leums, The Hamon, what is Hamon? Hamon is the murmur. Hamon, the Hamon, right? The tumult, the sound. You know, when like a lot of people get together, it can sound like a hum, right? The noise, the tumult, the crowd. It comes from the root hamma, right? Hamma, to murmur, growl, in all those senses. Get it down to the root. Let's get down to the root. It's like to make a loud sound. Hamon, right? The humming. You know, like whenever a lot of people get together, if you ever hear, even if they're not making a lot of noise, it's like there's like a hum, there's like a buzz, it's like a loud sound, right? The hamon, right? So here it says the hamon, right, of the leon, the hamon of the leumim. Leumim is to say of the peoples, right? Now we broke down this word right here because a few word for peoples. This is like the communities, right? In the Hebrew sense, it can refer to like the ethnic groups, the ethnicities, right? Because people with common denominators, they gather together in community, because a community is a common unity, right? So here is saying the noise, right, and the tumult or the hum, the uproar, right, of the, this is also false here in the KJV, it says the people, singular. The Hebrew up here is leumim, right? The word leumim, meme, the yod meme makes it plural, right? Here is leom. Leom is singular, a singular community. Leom. Leumim is the communities or the peoples. So what do we have here in this verse right here? Go through the verse one more time. Mashbiach she'on yamim. She'on galehem. Wa hamon leumim. Right? So it's like he soothes what? He soothes threefold soothing. There's a threefold stilling. There's a threefold soothing from Shabach, right? In the Mashbiach. He is like the soother, the one who soothes what? He soothes the noise, the sha'on, the roaring of the seas, and the sha'on of their waves, right? And the tumult, right? The murmuring, right? The uproar of the peoples, right? So the seas. Let's address the seas first up right here. The yam, or the plural sense, the yamin, denoting the other part of the universe, right? It denotes the other part of the universe, the seas. Think about it. There's the mountains, the land, and now we have the seas, right? And even the seas, that other part of the universe, right, is likewise under his control, under his management, right? Is under his, we say, it's in his hand, right? The yamin, the seas, the tumult of the peoples, right? The hamon, right? The hamon. What is the tumult here? The murmur, the roar, the crowd, right? The hamon, leumim. He is master of the 5-cycle world. Robeno, Shel HaOlamim, right? Robeno, Shel HaOlamim, like the master of the world. Some would say universe, right? Of the universe, but he is the master of the 5-cycle world, right? However, also of its inhabitants, of those who dwell in it. So in this sentence, it's talking about how he soothes the waters, right? The roar, the sha'on, right? How he soothes the sha'on, the roar, the crash, the roaring, right? Of the seas as well as of their waves, but also of the tumult of the peoples, right? So it shows that he's the master of the 5-cycle world, of the nature, the natures, right? He is the master of the natures, right? That's what he proved in Mitzrayim, that he's the master of the natures, you know what I mean? The nature of natures, but also of the people, right? So the Elohim of nature, right? The Elohim of the natures is also the Elohim of history, right? Of humanity, right? And he be one, echad. So for the others, they had a God of this, a God of that. So what we testify is that he be, right, the Elohim of all, right, is all in his hands. Mashbiach Sha'on Yamim, Sha'on Galehem, Wahamon Leumim. Here to the Chet verse right here. here to the conclusion right here of this section, next to last, Elohim's or inspiring deeds, right? Take a look at creation, right? They also that dwell in the uttermost parts, right, are afraid at thy tokens. Thou makest the outgoings of the morning and the evening to rejoice, to sing. The outgoings, right? We're going to touch on that just now. Let's get to the Hebrew. Wayeru Yoshbei Kitsaot Meya Ototeka Motzae Boker Wa Ereb Tarnin. Wa Ereb, and the evening, Tarnin. And the evening will ring out in joy. The evening, Tarnin. It does a Ranan, Tarnin. Is overcome, it sings out, it rings out in joy. So here it says, they also that dwell. Now remember that dwell earlier was the word shakan, to dwell, like the tabernacle. Here we have the word dwell as yashab, right? We have yashab here, right? So it says yeru, right? And they that are in the uttermost parts, yare. So the word yare, reverence, fear. Yeru, they are afraid. Yeru, vayeru, yoshbe, those that dwell, those that seat, that dwell, that sit. Yoshbe, right? Kitzaot, right? Those that dwell, right, in the uttermost, the Ketzev, right? The Ketzo, right? The Kitzwa, right? To say like at the ends, at the borders, at the ends, at the limits, right? Like the outer limits, in the uttermost parts, at the outer limits, right? It says that they are afraid. Wayirua Yoshbeya Kitsota May Ototeka, from your ot, there it is, ot, right? So here in the verses, otot are signs. Ot is a sign and otot is signs. Ototeka, your signs, at thy signs, from your signs, because of his signs. Wayiru, they have a reverential fear. When we observe the magnificence of the creation and nature and amazing things, these are his otot. These are his tokens, these are his signs, right? They that dwell in the uttermost parts, right? They kind of stand in awe. They are in awe, right, of thy signs. Wayeru Yoshbeya Kitzota Me Ototeka. Motzae, the goings out of Boker, of the dawning. Wa Ereb, and of the evening. Tarnin, right? Thou causest, right? Thou causest Tarnin, you causes them to cry out, to sing out, to ring, right? The sense of singing out, wisdom, to cry out. They ring out, right? They sing, right? They shout, right? So the evening and morning gives a shout. So thy signs, otot, right? The ot, sign, singular, otot, plural, me ototeka, at your distinguishing marks, right? So the morning, the dawning, right? The boker, let's bring this out right here, right? It says the boker, right? The break of day, right? And the Ereb, some say Erev tov, good evening. When we say Ereb, evening tov, good evening, right? Ereb tov. In the morning, boker, right? That's this word here, boker tov, right? Good morning, right? So what do we have here? Thy signs. Thy signs are the proof of Elohim's power. It's an amazing thing, even day and night, regardless of what the scientists say, right? From our perspective, this is the way he wanted us to see it, right? Proofs of divine power. The outgoings, it says the outgoings, motzae, The motza, motza. What is motza? Motza, you see where it says motza? Motza is the act or the place of going out or going forth, issuing forth, right? Export, source, springing forth. It's like motza, where it exodus from, right? So the outgoings, right? I would dare even say, since it's speaking about creation, this is true, the emanation, right? The motza, the emanations of the boker, right? The boker, motza, boker wa ereb, right? And the evening, right? The evening. The space, some say, traveled by the sun in the course of a day. Some say from east to west, from the Hebrew perspective, from east to west. All men, all humanity, non partially, within its circuit, within the sun's circuit, right? They have occasion to sing joyfully, right? Because Elohim, the creator, right, humbles the ruthless, and he protects the weak. Good over evil, right over wrong. Right? Right? Notice the beginning says, waiteth. That patience there, waiteth. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Here, this beautiful verse right here, once again. Wayereu ayoshpeya kitzaot meo toteka. Motzae boker wa ereb. Tarnin, they ring out in joy. Here to the 8th verse. Here we have verses 9 to 13, the final part of today's daily psalm. Here we come to the Thanksgiving. So let's just review quickly right here. Just review. So in verses 1 to 4 was the praise to Elohim, the creator, in the Haykal, the temple, right? In verses 5 to 8 is Elohim, the creator's awe-inspiring deeds, his acts, his deeds, his works done did, what he do, right? He be who he be, and he did what he did. He do what he do, right? And how awesome is that, right? And now here is the Thanksgiving, Torah, for the harvest. So the praise to Elohim in the Haykal, in the temple, in the gathering, Elohim's awesome and awe-inspiring and awful and terrible deeds, the works he done did in creation among men and people, and that victory, preservation of the good over evil and the right over the wrong. And now it's time for the Thanksgiving, Torah, right? The Torah for the harvest, right? The harvest. You know what I mean? The harvest. So all that has gone before in the psalm here, Mizmor Samekhe, Psalm 65, is a prelude. All that was a prelude, y'all. That was a prelude, a prequel, right? A prelude to the real theme, Chabarim, the real theme that is now stated. So the real theme here is now stated of this song, right? Thou visitest the earth and waterest it. Thou greatly enrichest it with the river of Elohim, full of water. Thou preparest them corn when thou hast so provided for it. Now I emphasize that it's there because actually in the Ivrit, in the Hebrew, it's not just it in the non-gendered state. It is ha, right? For thou, speaking to he who be, who he be, he visits her. He waters her. He greatly enriches her with the river of Elohim, with his own river that is full of water. Thou, the I, O Elohim, right, preparest them corn when thou, the I, and none other, right, has so provided for her, right, the earth, right, after thou has made it to desire rain. Let's get into that, right? After thou has made, so in the context of the Hebrew, right, it's that Yahweh, he who be who he be, he kind of makes her, the earth, desire rain. You know, she desire that wetness, you know, like it's an interesting kind of sense. He who be who he be, right? And the earth, she. But here, the Hebrew, pakad. You remember this Torah portion, right? Just here in the season to mark this here, right? For the record, we have pekude, Pekudei. You know the Torah portion, Pekudei, right? Pekudei, right? Pakad, which means to visit, right? In this Torah sense, it's the sum, the numbering, the counting, to visit, to attend, to muster, to number, to reckon, right? Thou reckons, thou visits, right? Thou visits the earth. Here in the Hebrew, pakadta, the I male has visited. So in the Hebrew sense, it's like you had visited, right? Pakadta haaretz. You have visited the land. You visited the earth. Pakadta haaretz. Wa te shokekeha rabat. Right? Rabata ta ishareina. Pelega Elohim. Malay. Malay, full of Malay, Mayim, full of Mayim, full of waters. Malay, Mayim, Takim, you preparest, right? Takim, Deganam, you preparest them, Khan, Deganam, Ki, for Cain, Ki, Cain, Te, Ki, Neha, Te, Ki, Neha. Right? When you provide for her. Notice the word thou preparest from the kun, right? The kun sense, kan sense, right? The kun sense right there, right here. Another way of bringing this out here, right? When it says visited, right? Pakad, right? Fakad, right? Another way of bringing this out, pakad taharetza wa te shokekeha. Thou hast remembered the earth and waterest her. So let me bring this out in the Hebrew again so you can hear it. Pakata haaretz, the I speaking to Elohim, speaking to Yahweh, you have visited the earth. Wa and te shokekeha, and you water her, you shook her, te shokekeha, right? Give her the overflow, right? Te shokekeha, right? It's interesting here because it says, and after thou hast made her desire, right? You make her desire reign, right? Shokeke ha is her. Tishokeke, you cause to be watered, to desire. Ha, you cause her to desire water. You cause her to shook. There is shokek. Tishokeke ha. You causes her, right, to run after, to overflow, right? You cause her to get wet. You cause the earth to water, because then when the rain, then the food, the crops are going to grow, then everybody can eat, right? So right here, the visitist, right? Pakad ta, right? Visitist. This is use of Elohim's intervention. So in the Hebrew scripture, this word visited in the Hebrew pakad, in the sense here, pakad ta, right, is often used in the sense of Elohim's intervention. Like what says, he bowed the heavens and come down, right? His intervention for a benign purpose, right? For a good purpose. This word can be used in a twofold sense, pakad, right? Pakad means to attend, to muster, to number, in the good sense to reckon, to visit. It can be in a good sense to appoint, to look after, to care for, but in a judgment sense, it can be to punish. You know what I mean? Like, where it says the undercover boss. You remember that show, Undercover Boss? It was the boss, the owner of the business. He came in the business as a regular employee so he can observe what everybody is doing, and then at the end, when he reveals that he's really the boss, right? For some, he blesses them. You know what I mean? He blesses them for raise or promotion or whatever, because he recognizes they really, do a good job. So in the context here is for a benign purpose. You see the word visit in Strong's, visit. You see where it says to visit, right? You see where it says to visit, right? Let's do this right here, to visit. Notice what it says right here, the twofold sense of it. It can either be to fakad, to visit with a friendly, a good intent. Or, on the other hand, it can be to visit with a hostile intent. It all depends on what the visitor finds. And if the visitor is Yahweh, You know, that's why it says in the words of the covenant, the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments in Exodus chapter 20, he says he will visit the iniquity. See, so that's a hostile intent there, the iniquity. But here in a benign, a good sense, benign purposes. We find this in Genesis chapter 21 and 1, you know, with Sarah. Remember Sarah, how he visited Sarah and did the word that he said, right? In Exodus chapter 13, verse 19, for the Bnei Yisrael and the Ivrim, the Hebrews, and bringing them out. Remember that Joseph said, that he said Elohim, the creator, right? The judge will surely, he says, surely visit you. And when he visits you to take you up and out of here, don't forget my bones, the bones of Joseph. Remember that? So that there connects with Genesis 21 and 1 with Sarah. He visited Sarah and fulfilled that word, right? And gave him that promised child, Yitzhak. Isaac, laughter, Isaac. Exodus chapter 13, verse 19, visiting the children of Israel, right? He said, I've seen your tribulation, I've come and I've visited you, right? So here, in this sense of thou visit to the earth, right, it refers to his sending the rains in their seasons, in their due seasons, and so assuring a abundant harvest. Now, you all know if rains don't come at the proper time, you know what's up. Oh my goodness, you know what I mean? It's like famine, right? So, as His Majesty said to the careless Ethiopians, who causes famine, God or man? You know, decide, decide either God or man, right? If you say it's not man, then it's God doing it. And if you say that he is man, then how you say he's the cause of drought? Thou visitest the earth and water her. Thou enrichest her with the river of Elohim. So check this out, y'all. Elohim has a river, right? Here it says, Pakad taharet awate shokekeha rabata ta isharena ishrenaha. So here we have right here Asha, right, ta, right. Here we have ta isharena, right. Now Asha, the word Osher, rich, Asha, right, means to be rich, right. So you enriches her, right? You enrich her. You cause her to accumulate, in a sense, cause her to grow, right? To accumulate, become nuff, right? Rab, right? Much, many, Rabat, right? Speaking of her, Rabat, right? Rabat, ta asharena, right? And here, hold on for a moment. Let's bring this over here, right? Greatly enriching her, Rab, right? With the river of Elohim, Peleg, with the Peleg. What is river in the Hebrew here? Peleg, a channel, a canal. This often is like a channel, a canal, a rill, a small channel of water, as in irrigation. So speaking about the Peleg, right? Elohim. So this channel, right? The channel of Elohim. Tune in to the channel of Elohim. With the river, right? But here, as we look at the Hebrew, Peleg, there's other words for river, but it uses this term here, Peleg, right? A channel, a canal, as for irrigation. With the channel of Elohim that is full of water. Peleg Elohim male, right? Male, full. Male, right? Male, Maim, waters, right? Waters, Maim. Water is often always in the plural. I mean, can water be in the singular? Think about it. But Maim, right? Male Maim, that is full of water. So the river of Elohim. This is said to be a poetical phrase for rain from the Hebrew. So this phrase, Peleg, right? Elohim, right? Why does he use this word, Peleg, right? It's not the word Nahar, right? Nahal, and Nahar, but here the word Peleg. Some say this is a poetical phrase, Hebraically, for rain that descends from a heavenly source. You ever look at like the river Nile on the ground, the river they call the river Nile, and then you look up and you say, is that the Milky Way? It looks like it is the same river up in the sky. This here is the context of this for the ancient people in that Afro-Semitic, Afro-Arabian part of the world. So a poetical phrase for rain that descends right from the heavenly source, from the higher source, from the heavens, from that river. One might say that river in the sky. Peleg Elohim Maleya Mayim, my Takin Diganam Kikain, my Tikineha. Kikain for so, Kikain for so, my for so, Tikineha. Tikineha. For so you prepare ha. Kikain Tikineha. For so you prepare or you provide, right, for her. So the word here for Dagan, y'all. Dagan, it's not really corn always. Sometimes it's used for corn, but Dagan mean like grain. It's like grain. It's like wheat, cereal, grain, corn. So wheat, cereal, grain, corn, Dagan. Dagan, that which is the increase, the grain, and the grain that increase. So here it says Takin, you preparest Diganam, right? You preparest their wheat. You prepare their wheat, not them corn, but really Diganam is like any of the grain products, wheat, cereal, grain, corn, Diganam, right? Digan, the Dagan of them, Diganam, right? Their grain, right? Kikain, for so, right? Kikain, or when, so, for so, right? Kikain, Tikineha, for so you provide for ha. Tikineha, ha, right? Not it, but ha, right? So that the her there is the earth, right? The Eretz. Let's scroll down here so you can see it right here. The earth in Hebrew is gendered as feminine, right? The earth. The earth, the earth, the earth, the earth, the earth, the earth. That is feminine in the biblical Hebrew, right? So here, once more, the verse, full of verse, and move forward. Pakata haaretz. Watishokikeha rabata ta isharena peleg Elohim male maim takin diganam kikain tikineha kikain tikineha. So right here to the Yod, the 10th verse right here, today's daily psalm. Here we're in the final section, verses 9 to 13, Chaverim. Thou waterest the ridges thereof abundantly, the ridges of her abundantly. Thou settlest the furrows thereof, the furrows of her furrows, right? Thou makest her soft with showers. Thou blessest the springing thereof. Thou blessest and power to prosper her springing. Right? So settlest causes rain to descend into, right? Dissolvest it, right? Makest her soft, or the sense of making her soft like dissolves her, right? Moog, not mug, but moog. You cause her to melt, right? To soften her. You cause the land to melt. Because think about when there's no rain, it's all hard. The soil's hard ground, and the rain softens it up, right? Causes the hardness to dissolve. So now, this verse, it graphically describes the effect, right? That the former rain, there's the former rain. Remember the former rain of the late autumn and the winter, as we have in Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 14. The former rain of the late autumn and winter, late autumn and winter, has upon the soil, right? Coming even into the spring, right? Has upon the soil, right? So here, this verse here, Tilameha Rawe, Tilameha Rave, modern Hebrew, Tilameha Rawe Nacheta Gedudeha Bia Ribibim Te mogagena. Te mogagena. Tsimaha. Te barek. Her springing. Tsimaha. Tsimaha. Tibarek, Tivarek. Here. Thou waterest, right? Thou waterest, right? Thou waterest the ridges thereof abundantly. So let's do this like this. In this one verse, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 phrases. That's 4 phrases. We like to take it phrase by phrase, right? First phrase first. Thou waterest the ridges thereof abundantly, right? Te la meha, her ridges, her tilim. Te la meha, rave, nachet, gedudeha, gedudeha. Break it down word by word. So we have rave, right, to satisfy, rawe, to satisfy in the sense of to drink in, to drink in. This word also means to get drunk. So it's like the earth, she gets fully saturated with water. It slakes her thirst, it slakes her thirst. Can be used of other appetites, but here the earth's thirst, right? So it says, thou waterest the ridges, right? The telem, right? Te Telameha, Telameha, her telem. The telem is like the furrows, the furrows in the ground when you prepare the ground, right? For seeding, right? Telameha, Rawe, you Rawa, you waters. You cause her to, in a sense, get drunk, in a sense. Thereof abundantly, right? Nacheta gedudeha, right? Abundantly, right? Rawa, right? Causing her to be satisfied, right? First part, right? Nahat, right? To go down, right? Now settlest, causing it to go down, right? The furrows. Here has 2 words for furrows: the gedud and the geduda, right? Geduda, gedudeha, her gedud, right? Something cut, like when you cut into the ground, the furrows to put in the seeds, right? Cutting that in the ground, the gedudeha, cutting that into the ground, the cuts in the ground, in the land, right? So the ridges, right? The ridges, the furrows, the ridges. So here we have ridges here to tell them, right? Here we have the telem, right? The ridges, furrows. The soil had been plowed up, agriculturally, and the seed has been scattered. But men, them, and people's labor, it needs the heaven sent rain if a bountiful harvest is to ensure, right? So, in spite of what the people, men and people, you can do all the right thing, make sure the furrows are deep and everything like that, but still need that the heaven sent rain. If, that's the big if a bountiful harvest is to ensure, right? So another reading of this may be watering her ridges abundantly, and settling down. It says thou settlest, but the nahat, right, as it says here, nacheta gedudeha, settling down the furrows thereof, right, the furrows thereof. Some here, the 2 words ridges and furrows in the Hebrew, it's like if you reverse them, right? If you reverse them, it'll be a little more, it might be a little more better right there. But just be it as it is, right here, right? The earth, right? The earth that is thrown up by the plow between the furrows, they need to be secure, right? That's why it says nahat, right? If you notice, nahat is to go down, to descend, right? To penetrate, right? It has to be deep. It has to sink down into the ground. Any farmer probably, no doubt, knows this. The earth thrown up by the plow between the furrows, they need to be secure so that when the rain comes and the rain flows along and thoroughly moistens the soil, right? So all that has to be prepared, right? You can't wait till it rain and then you say, okay, now I'm going to go plow the ground. What? No, you have to, you got to anticipate, right? And then it says, thou makest her soft, right? Thou makest her soft with showers, right? Thou makest her soft. Be ribibim te mogagenaha, te mogagenaha. Thou mugs her, not mug her, but te mogagenaha, right? Thou causes her to melt, thou causes her to soften, right? To soften, like to soften the soil. Be ribibim, with the ribibim. What is the ribibim? Right? By way of the ribibim. Ribibim is the plural. It comes from Rabi. Rabib. What is a Rabib? Rabib is copious showers, heavy showers. Rabib, Rabib. Here it's like the showers. Be ribibim. Be ribibim. The ribibim. Copious, heavy showers that bring fertility. In another sense, sometimes looking in the prophetic use of the Hebrew, it can mean the prophetic influence. The prophetic influence, like with the rain, it causes that rain, that heaven sent rain, that heaven sent revelation. But in the context here, speaking about the rain in the sense of the accumulation, the rabib, ribibim, the accumulation of drops, because from the basic word rabab, rabab as a verb means like to become many. So here we have the rabib, bia ribibim, te mogegenaha, right? You soften her, right? You soften her, you dissolve her, right? Cause the land, the earth to become soft. Then lastly but not leastly, the final phrase here in this verse, in the 10th verse, KJV wise, thou blessest the growth thereof. Simcha tivarek. Simcha tibarek. Simcha tivarek. Right? Thou barak. Right? Tibarek. The eye blesses. Right? The eye blesses what? The eye blesses the semach. Right? Semach. So it says simachah. Right? Simachah. Actually, simachah. Her semach. Her sprouting. Her growth. Her branching. Now, this word semach, when it says this man who is the branch, right? Semach. This is a semach here, right? The sprout, the shoot, right? Even prophetically speaking of the Messiah, the Moshiach, of the Davidic samach, of the Davidic sprouting, of the Davidic tree, right? That sprout right here. In the figurative sense, the branch, right? As you see in the prophecy. But her, right? Springing, the eye blesses. Simcha tibarek. The eye causes it to prosper. The eye empowers it. The word blessing in this context is the empowerment to prosper. So by providing for the rain in due season from the river of Elohim, you know what I mean, is the way that he empowers the land, he empowers the earth to prosper, to bring forth, right, much and a good harvest time psalm right here. The Yod Aleph, Yud Aleph right here. Here's what we say. This also links with the new year, even the springtime, and even at the so-called the end of the year, sometimes, near the 7th month, but in particular here during the 1st month. So like almost at the first and the last of the Hebrew churchical year, ecclesiastical year, from the March, April time, Gregorian wise, roughly to the September, October time, those 7 months, but right here, thou crownest the year with thy goodness, and thy paths drop fatness. Right? Thou crownest the year. Itarta. Now here's from a word atar. What does atar mean? To surround. There's a twofold sense. Atar is to surround in one hand, and atar is to crown. Atar to surround, right? And atar, the secondary sense, to crown or to give a crown, right? Because usually, you remember some of the crowns, the type of crownings is like almost like a wreath. It goes around, where you put it around, so you encircle it around one's head. But also the word can be atar in the sense to encircle for attack or protection. You know, back in the days in the old so-called cowboy and Indian and Indian movies, so-called, they would be like circle the wagons. So you encircle like for attack or protection. But in the context here, right, is to crown. But now if we look at it, right, we look at it that thou crownest the year with thy goodness, but also itarta, you crownest, but you encircle, protect the year, right? Itar Itarta, 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 right? Shanat, Shanat. You crown is the Shana, right? The Shana, right? The year, the Shana, Shanat, right? Tobateka. You crown us, you encircle us the year of your goodness, like the year of your goodness. So you crown us the year with thy goodness, although the word with is not there. Itarta shenata tobateka, right? Tobateka. You crown is you encircle and protect in the sense of crowning, right? Protect the year, right, of your goodness. To say almost like the year of your goodness, the year contextually with your goodness, the good, the pleasant things, the agreeable things, right? The excellent things, you know, the bumper good crop, right? Uama igaleka, u and ma'igaleka, thy paths, thy ma'igal. So we have ma'igal and ma'igala, right? Ma'igal. What is ma'igal? Ma'igal is like an entrenchment, a track, circumvallation, like, you know, you're going around a circle, a circular track, an entrenchment, a track, right? A track, literally or figuratively, but it's a circular sort of a track. It's like a rampart, right? As being circular, right? Like a cipher, the cipher, like in season, out of season. U ma'igaleka, and thy paths, thy ciphers, thy circles, thy, you know, circumvallation, right? Thy paths, right? Circular cipher paths. U ma'igaleka, yira afun dashen. Yir'afun dashen. Right? They yir'afun ra'af, they trickle, they drop. Yir'afun, they dropping, trickling, dropping, trickle down, drop down, right? To distill, right? To drip, 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 right? To drip, drip, drip. They drop, right? Dashen. Now dashen, or from the deshen, dashen is fatness in its general sense, also the fatness of ashes, but dashen is the fatness. It could be fatness in the sense of, you know how we say, yo, that's fat, yo, that's fat, right? Do we mean literally fat? Sometimes we mean it's blessed, right? In this context, in the Hebrew, fatness, dashen, right, like fertility of baraka, right? In the tabernacle context, in the sacrificial context, it was the fat ashes, the ashes of the victims, right? Once the victims, you know, the animal sacrifices, you know, mixed with the fat, right? On that level. Remember that they were to burn the fat, not to eat the fat. They were to burn the fat. You remember that, right? So right there, the fatness. But that is a word that is used in the second of the two truths. Now, notice how the once lost, now found, how we use the term fat. How once lost, now found, Beta Israel and Americans and the Caribbean use the term fat. Yo, that's fat, man. We might spell it for PH, right? But PH make a F sound too, right? With a PHAT. No, I'm talking about this fat, like PHAT. But we use the term. But now see how the Hebrew mirrors that same sense, right? I mean, since when did the people in English use fatness to say like something is blessed, something is rich, it's blessed? Yo, that's fat. Yo, that's fat. Yo, you know what I mean? It just shows the Hebrew coming out. You know, just to make a couple of points right there, right there. So here, thy paths, thy circular paths, thy ciphers, ma'egaleka, right? Thy paths, thy paths, thy paths, right? They do what? Umagaleka. Yerafun, they drip dashen, they drip fatness, fatness. So thou crownest, right? Thou crownest right here. Eat arta, shenata obateka. Thou crownest, thou hast crowned. The sense of beautiful crops, You encircling us, right? You know, what's saying? You surrounding us. And you crowning the field with all these beautiful crops growing. And look, it's all around us. You know what I mean? In the sense of also encircling us, right? Like a protection, a crowning of glory with the beautiful crops. Thy paths, my galeka, right? Yerafun dashen, right? The bold image of Elohim passing over the land and sprinkling the latter rain, right? That ensured a rich harvest, right? Both the early rain and the latter rain, right? Both the early, because there's the early rain and the latter rain. And notice we have the early rain at the beginning of Abib and the Hebrew Holy Year with Passover. And then at the latter rain, we have at the end of the year, the holy part of the year, in like the 7 months, in the September, October time, roughly, right? So the picture is Elohim passing over the land and sprinkling the rain, right, here and there to ensure a rich, or a fat, to ensure a fat harvest. Itata shenat obateka, umagleka yirafun dashen. Here to the Yod Bait verse, y'all. Yod Bait. They drop the 12th verse. They drop, right? They drop, right? The pastures of the wilderness and the little hills. They rejoice on every side. So it's like even the land, right, is shouting, is singing. The land is alive. Isn't that interesting right there? They drop, right? The pastures of the wilderness and the little hills rejoice on every side. The Hebrew right here, yirafu. So yirafun, right? Dasha, yirafu neot, mi dabar, wegil, gebaota, tach gorna. Wigila Gebaot, Tachagorna. They drop. It's the same word here. Ra'af, right? Ra'af. They trickle, they drip, drop. Right? They drip, drop. Right? They trickle. Yir'afu, right? Ne'ot. What is the ne'ot? Ne'ot is plural of the word nah. Nah is a pasture, abode. A pasture, like a abode of a shepherd, a habitation, like the meadow. You like the meadow? Nah, right? Nah. Yeah, I'm gonna go out to the right? The pasture, right? The abode. It's like a home in a figurative sense, like a home. Like a figuratively, it's a pasture, right? The pasture. But this word is a singular nah, and here in the verse it says yirafu neot. Neot is the pastures. The pastures Midbar, the pastures of the Midbar, the pastures of the Midbar. What is the Midbar? The Midbar is the wilderness, the pasture, right? The large tracts of wilderness around cities. It's like the suburbs. We call it the suburbs. So there's like these, like we build our houses over here, but then around it we have like just the land, just large tracts of land. Because the large tracts of land, we can use that to graze, the cattle, the sheep, the animals, you know what I'm saying? So in that sense, me the bar, right? And also in an interesting sense, the Midbar, the word wilderness, you see where it says mouth. No one will say, well, how in the world is the word for midbar? How can it mean mouth and wilderness? I'll answer it easy for you. It's because the root word dabar means to speak. The word dabar means to speak as a verb, and dabar as a noun means word. In the beginning, the word was with, right? The word was with Elohim, and the word was give thanks, Yohanan, in John's gospel right there. But here it says, Yirafua neota midbar, wegila gibaot, tachagorna, ha, right? Here. They drop, right? They trickle upon the pastures, the meadows, like the meadowlands. Let's call it the meadowlands of the wilderness of the large tracts of land. So this is not necessarily saying like it's like a desert. So don't think of a wilderness always as a desert, right? That'll be a false, right? False. That'll be false, right? Sometimes, but we use other words. And the little hills, and the little hills rejoice. The little hills, what they do? The little hills are rejoicing. Wagil, gil, 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 gil. Look at this. Look at this. The word gil, wagil, right? Here it says wagil gibaot. So what's the gibaot? Giba'ah. The giba, giba. Giba is like a one hill, like say a one hill, giba. The word hard is more mountain, right? But the giba is like a hill, right? Gibaot, givot, gibaot, the hills. Wagila gibaot, wagila gibaot, right? And rejoicing the mountains, right? Tachgorna, right? Tachgor, Hagar, right? Right, being girded about, right? Being girded, right? She is girded, right? The hills are girded, right? Let's go back to the hills for a moment, right? Right? You see, it's a noun feminine. The hill, the hillock, right? Noun feminine, right? Right? So it's like saying that the hills, right? Tachgorna is saying like they, like say imagine like they are woman. The hills are like woman, and but they are girded, right? They're girded with gil. What is gil? Gil is rejoicing, right? But also means a circle, right? How is gil to rejoice and gil mean a circle or age? Because let's go down here. It means like to joy, but let's get to the root sense right here to rejoice, right? But it means to spin around, right? The hills are pictured as almost like spinning, like they. But think about it for a moment. When the crops are growing, right, on the hills, right, on the givot, right, and the wind blows past, and you look at it from a distance, right, you see the wind blowing on the crops and the crops moving, the vegetation moving, right. So it's almost like they are like they're joyful. Understand the word picture. If you can receive the word picture, right? The Hebrew poetics of it all. So the part we're going to zoom in here, Midbar. Once again, the Midbar. The Midbar is the wilderness, right? The Hebrew Midbar does not always denote barren soil. Does not always, right? So the Israelites went to the wilderness, but it was not always barren soil. But may signify in this context here is signify open tracts of country, as distinct from cultivated land. So you have like cultivated land that you're cultivating, and then there's open tracts of country where the animals may graze, right? To which the cattle are driven for pasture, right? Here too, the effects, the positive and the good effects of the rains are noticeable, right? Everything is growing, everything is blooming. They do drop, drip, drop with fatness, right? They drop with fatness, right? And the hills, on the hills, the gibot, the gibas, the gibot on the hills. What do we have on the hills? We have usually on hills, right? Vines and trees, right, growing on the slopes, vines and trees growing on the slopes of the hills right there. So here is showing the picture of everything now growing, everything growing up, the springtime coming in, you know what I mean? That harvest time coming in. I mean, even the land is so happy and rejoicing. Here to the Yod Gimel, Yod Dalet, here to the final verse right here, here. Right? The pastures are clothed, right, with flocks. The valleys also are covered over with corn, right? Now notice in the other verse it had corn. We broke it down that it was dagan, which means like wheat, cereal, grain, right? Now here we have bar, right? They shout for joy, they also sing, right? They shout for joy, they also sing. Labshu Karim Hatzona wa amakim ya'atfu var yita ro'au af yashiru yita ro'au Af yashiru. They shout for joy. They ora, ora, ora. Yitaroau, yitaroau, yitaroau. Af yashiru. Af, yes, for sure. Af yashiru. They shiru. They burst out in a sheer, in a song, in a sheer. So here, labshu. They are dressed, right? They are clothed, labash, labash, to wear, to dress, to put on clothes. So what it's saying? It's saying that the meadows, right? The meadows or the pastures here, they say pastures, the karim, karim. Karim has a twofold sense, but in this context here, well, a morefold sense, but here's the pasture. Karim, right? Karim, the meadows, right? The meadowlands, the plumpness, right? The meadowlands, meadow. Like you said, hence a meadow for, as for sheep, right? The meadows, Karim, right? The Karim, right? Here it says, Labshu Karim Hatzon. Literally, labshu, they are dressed, karim, they, the meadows, hatzon, with the tzon, with the flocks, with the tzon, and seon, and tzon. Tzon is like the small cattle, not the big cattle, the oxen, the cows, but the small cattle, right? Sheep and goats, right? Small cattle, usually sheep and goats. So the flock is made up of sheep and goat. And here it's saying labshu karim hatzon. It's saying that they are dressed, right? That the meadows are clothed, they are dressed. Hatzon, they are dressed with the cattle. They are dressed with the sheep and the goat. Right? Now, isn't this interesting? If you look sometimes, and there's so many flocks, sheep and goat, and they're over the land, it does look like the land is wearing clothing, like they are dressed with the flocks. Just a word picture here. They are clothed, right? They are clothed with flocks. They are so numerous that their wool, right, appears to form a garment over the karim, over the pasture, the meadowlands, over the meadows, right? And it says the valleys, notice what it says. So the meadows on one level, they're clothed with the flocks. So the flocks are on the meadows, right? And the valleys, right? The valleys, right? Wa amakim, and the emex, right? The valleys, the lowland, right? Amakim, right? The valleys, the broad depressions, the vales, the dales, right? The valleys, the amakim, the low places, the amakim, right? Ya'atfu bar, ya'atfu, right? They are ataf. What's ataf? Ataf means one level it can mean to turn aside in order to cover. And the secondary level is to envelop oneself. They are enveloped, right? They are enveloped, right? Let's scroll down here to shroud, another sense of being clothed or being enveloped. So the pastures, the meadows, they have the sheep on there. They're grazing, having a good time. And even the valleys also are covered over, right, with bar, right? With bar. What is bar? Right? Ya atfu, they are covered over bar. Right? The word bar here, bar, right? Bar, it means corn, grain. That which is a grain of any kind that is winnowed, right? Is winnowed. That kind of makes some sense that they could winnow it, yeah, in the valley. That would make some interesting sense, right? Because on the mountaintops it could get blown away. But be that as it may, the grain of any kind, even while standing in the field, right? The grain. By extension, the open country, right? But here it's speaking about grain, the bar, right? Bar, right? Corn grain, right? As we have it right here, right? Lastly but not leastly, right? Yitaro'au, af, yishiru, right? Yashiru, af, yashiru. So here it says they shout for joy. They ruah, ura, 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 even the teruah, the ram's horn, but the ruah, like a ura, we say today, people say ura. This is that sense. Yita ro'au. Yita ro'au. Yita ro'au. Yita ro'au. Yita ro'au. Sound like a roar, right? Yita ro'au. Right? They shout. They raise a sound. They raise a cry. They shout for joy. Af. Right? Let's bring it under af right here. A particle in Hebrew. Af. Yay. Yay. And so much the more. Af, yay. Yitarau, they shout. Ora, af, yay. Af, yashiru. Yes. Moreover, they sing. They sing. So right here. Here. Shout for joy. We have that in Psalm 96. Right? Psalm 96? Yes, Psalm 96 and 12. Psalm 96 and 12. Psalm 96 and 12 right here. Psalm 96 and 12. It says, let the field exalt. Let the field exalt, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood sing for joy. Yes, Ya'aloz Sadai, we call Asher Bo. As then, as Yeranenu, as then they will shout out singing in shrilling tone, call Atzei Ya'ar, call all Atzei, the trees of Ya'ar, all the trees of the wood, all the trees of the forest. So here, brothers and sisters and brothers, here, today's daily psalm. Now, there's a mix. Sometimes the censors on YouTube, they catch us on this, but often they kind of release it. So I just got to share it. I'm already talking about it, so I want to share this one right here with yous, with yous all right here. Here's Ake Becca right here. Earth is the Lord's, dub-wise. Today's daily psalm. Here. The Hebrew verses, then we'll hit the English coming up after this. But here. Shema
Lion of Judah Society.
מזמור ס"ח, למנצח מזמור לדוד שיר. לך דומיה תהילה אלוהים בציון, ולך ישולם נדר. שומע תפילה, עדיך כל בשר יבואו. דברי עוונות גברו מני, בשענו אתה תכפרם. אשרי תבחר ותקרב, ישכון חצריך, נשבעה בטוב ביתך, קדוש היכליך. נוראות בצדק תעננו אלוהי ישענו, מפתח כל קצווי ארץ וים רחוקים. מכין הרים בכוחו, נעזר בגבורה, משביח שעון ימים, שעון גליהם והמון לאומים. ויראו יושבי קצוות מאותותיך, מוצאי בוקר וערב תרנין. פקדת הארץ ותשוקקיה, רבת תעשרנה. פלג אלוהים מלא מים, תכין דגנם, כי כן תכיניה. תלמיה רבה, נחת גדודיה, ברביבים תמוגגנה, שמחה תברך. עיטרת שנת טובתך, ומעגליך ירעפון דשן. ירעפו נאות מדבר, וגיל גבעות תחגורנה. לבשו חרים הצאן, ועמקים יעטפו בר. יתרועעו, אף ישירו.
Psalm 65. Praise waiteth for thee, O God, in Zion, and unto thee shall the vow be performed. O thou that hearest prayer, unto thee shall all flesh come. Iniquities prevail against me. As for our transgressions, thou shalt purge them away. Blessed is the man whom thou choosest, and causest to approach unto thee, that he may dwell in thy courts. We shall be satisfied with the goodness of thy house, even of thy holy temple. By terrible things in righteousness wilt thou answer us, O God of our salvation, who art the confidence of all the ends of the earth, and of them that are afar off upon the sea, which by his strength setteth fast the mountains, being girded with power, which stilleth the noise of the seas, the noise of their waves, and the tumult of the people. They also that dwell in the uttermost parts are afraid at thy tokens. Thou makest the outgoings of the morning and evening to rejoice. Thou visitest the earth and waterest it. Thou greatly enrichest it with the river of God which is full of water. Thou preparest them corn when thou hast so provided for it. Thou waterest the ridges thereof abundantly. Thou settlest the furrows thereof. Thou makest it soft with showers. Thou blessest the springing thereof. Thou crownest the year with thy goodness, and thy paths drop fatness. They drop upon the pastures of the wilderness, and the little hills rejoice on every side. The pastures are clothed with flocks. The valleys also are covered over with corn. They shout for joy. They also sing.
Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes, yes, yes. In the way, truth, and life. Till some more. Till some more. Yes, I bless the crops.
Rise up from the awakening, from the dust, no complaint for manifest. The dust, no complaint for manifest. I walk as early as the morning, do the morning talk.
Psalm 65.
מזמור ס"ה למנצח מזמור לדוד שיר, דוד שיר, דוד שיר, דוד שיר, דוד שיר.
Praise waiteth for thee, O God, in Zion, in Zion, in Zion, in Zion, in Zion.
לך דומיה תהילה אלוהים בציון, 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 בציון.
And unto thee shall the vow be performed, be performed, be performed, be performed, be performed.
ולך ישולם נדר, 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 נדר.
O thou that hearest prayer, 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 prayer.
שומע תפילה, 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 תפילה.
Unto thee shall all flesh come, flesh come, flesh come, flesh come, flesh come.
עדיך כל בשר יבואו, 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 יבואו.
Iniquities prevail against me. As for our transgressions, thou shalt purge them away. Blessed is the man whom thou choosest, and causest to approach unto thee, that he may dwell in thy courts. We shall be satisfied with the goodness of thy house, even of thy holy temple. By terrible things in righteousness wilt thou answer us, O God of our salvation, who art the confidence of all the ends of the earth, and of them that are afar off upon the sea, which by his strength setteth fast the mountains, being girded with power, which stilleth the noise of the seas, the noise of their waves, and the tumult of the people. They also that dwell in the uttermost parts are afraid at thy tokens. Thou makest the outgoings of the morning and evening to rejoice. Thou visitest the earth and waterest it. Thou greatly enrichest it with the river of God which is full of water. Thou preparest them corn when thou hast so provided for it. Thou waterest the ridges thereof abundantly. Thou settlest the furrows thereof. Thou makest it soft with showers. thou blessest the spring thereof. Thou crownest the year with thy goodness, and thy paths drop fatness. They drop upon the pastures of the wilderness, and the little hills rejoice on every side. The pastures are clothed with flocks. The valleys also are covered over with corn. They shout for joy. They also sing.
Yes. Yeshua Shalom, brothers and sisters and brothers, right here. Coming to fulfillment right here. As we began with the Adonai, Solomon, Jabi, Israel, Dejana, right here. Yeshua Shalom in your hearts, in your homes. We're seeking to, take a, donation, for our Sister Sharon, whose daughter had passed away. And we'll get some more information here on the platform. Just stay tuned, my brothers and sisters. If you can reach out, if you can help, definitely look forward. Yes, Rastafari, keep one in one's prayers. Do good, as that is the way. Yes, Yeshua Shalom. Yes, sir. Boker Tov.
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room.
Lion of
They
Judah.
went up into an upper room. And when they would come in, and when they would come in, and when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Toda Rabba Chaverim for all thy comments and well wishes and shalom and Yeshua shalom to you all and your families. Yes, Yeshua shalom. Yes, Rastafari.
Lion of Judah Society.